Shouts out to the UK talent. Just keep pressing on and moving forward. Cause UK talent is nearly at its peak, yeah? Don't give up now, it's not long. It's just a matter of time.
Hello, everybody. Once again, it is a serene Furude Friday with you all. We are beginning Arc 6 of Higurashi, Sumi Horoboshi Hen, or the Atonement chapter. I am stoked for this because I think that Sumi Horoboshi is probably the best arc in Higurashi. It's like the platonic ideal of Higurashi arcs for me. Oddly enough, actually, a fun fact about this arc is that when it first released, it wasn't actually very popular. It got a pretty negative response from the fandom upon its first release. However, reevaluation in the many years since has proven that initial audience just apparently didn't know what they were, didn't know what they needed, didn't know what they wanted, because that impression has reversed course very significantly since then. So it's very interesting to see how that works. Orzel with the Canadian $50. Holy crap, thank you. Been so hyped for this one. Rena, my beloved. I'm very hyped too. As always, for this one in particular, I put some content warnings up at the top on the weight screen, kind of similar to Higurashi. I'm not gonna, like, I don't remember specifically where some of those crop up. Like, I have a general idea, but some of them just kind of might sneak up on me, so definitely keep those content warnings in mind. To remind everybody verbally, those are trypophobia, mentions of self-harm, mentions of tactile hallucinations, and maggots. Maggots definitely play a part in this one, so keep all of that in mind if any of those will trip you up. As always, viewer discretion advised. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else to get to, so just check that real quick. Okay, and let's get started. Sumihoroboshi, The First Fall. Atonement Chapter. How is your reasoning towards the truth coming along? The next tragedy is ready for you. Enjoy. This is a humorous story with a tragic struggle at the end. The difficulty is 0. You can just enjoy the clowns milling about. No, we're not going to be adding the console choices. Skip additional choices, thank you. And once again, we are skipping the opening. The first time, I would try harder to avoid the inevitable tragedy. The second time, I would be disgusted with the inevitable tragedy. The third time, my disgust would turn to anger. Oh, no, it went too fast. Well, you can read it. You can pause it. Anywho. But yeah, like I was saying before, though, no anime intros until basically, like, the last arc, unfortunately, because all of the ones included from the console versions are just so chock full of spoiler CGs, but for what it's worth, whenever we do get back to openings, I'll be giving you a lot of them to make up for it. The chorus of the Higurashi had replaced that of the cicadas. Their cries came from a distance, echoed loudly, and then faded away. They sounded so weak and fragile. Rena's voice was just like the cries of the Higurashi. She'd said something, but the words would quickly fade away. She sounded so fragile that it made me worry she might vanish into thin air along with her words. But nobody is pressuring her to continue. Mion dusted off the hood of an abandoned car and sat down on it as if to show how relaxed she was. She actually did look very relaxed, as if she came here to enjoy the cool breeze of the evening or something. Satoko followed Mion's example and sat down as well. She didn't look nearly as relaxed, however. I thought about following suit, but it felt rude to look away from Rena even for the short time it would take to look for a place to sit down, so I decided to remain standing. Rika-chan didn't sit down either. But she wasn't looking at Rena. Everybody else was looking at Rena, but Rika-chan was looking at the red sky. Rika-chan's expression was hard to describe. She looked pale and blank at the same time, as if all of her emotions were gone. Rena wore the same kind of expression. She kept trying to say something, but it seemed like the words were stuck in her throat. She noticed Rika-chan was looking at the sky, so she decided to look that way as well. Mion did the same. So did I. Satoko looked that way too. And with that, there was silence. It was like we were in a concert hall, filled with the chorus of the Higurashi, a concert hall with the highest roof in the world. A refreshingly cool breeze tickled our sweaty bodies. I could almost make myself believe that we came here to enjoy the breeze and the sunset. I could only wish that was what we came here for. The shadows of the birds flying across the sky soured the feeling of our quiet concert. They reminded us that time hadn't stopped. Nobody wanted to pressure Rena. We didn't want time to pressure her either. We wanted to keep the cool red sky for as long as we could, so Rena could calm down and talk. Right then, I heard a sound and it brought us all back to reality. The hood Mion was sitting on had made noise when she moved across her legs. I don't know whether Mion made the noise on purpose or not, but it reminded us that time had been passing by. The noise took our attention away from the sky and back to the ground. Such a tasteless noise seemed to have urged Rena to speak. Rena heaved a small sigh, nodded as if she understood something, and looked at us as she always did.
There's one thing I want to say, before anything else.
She was probably saying it to everybody, but since I'm standing in the middle with her looking at me, I nodded to her to represent our agreement.
I think I did the right thing.
Her voice wasn't hoarse anymore. She sounded just like she always did.
I wonder how much we're allowed to struggle in order to be happy.
It sounded like a question, but nobody answered.
That's why I really like Mi-chan's club. The one rule is to do whatever it takes to win, right? I think that's wonderful. If we were only allowed to do nice things, and if there was a limit to how much we could all struggle, people who aren't happy wouldn't be able to seize happiness at all. Misfortunes are like a chain reaction, I think. Once they begin, they're very, very hard to escape. In order to escape the chain of misfortunes, you need more than just luck or even assistance. I think you need to struggle as hard as you possibly can. You need to do your best. That's how you seize true happiness. That's what I believe.
Rena stopped talking, looked up, heaved a sigh, and opened her mouth again.
But I'm not saying that I expect you to accept what I did. I know that that was a very bad thing to do. Didn't you all look stunned a little while ago? That tells me everything.
I've never seen her smile so self-derisively like this. That smile looked unbelievably painful. I could really feel how huge the distance between us was. There's nothing physically there, but I felt as if she's talking to us through iron bars or a chain-link fence. That's how great the distance between us was.
But it's okay. There's nothing we can do about it. That's just how things are in this world. If I were you, I'd probably look just as stunned, and I'd say something irresponsible and merciless.
She probably said that to hit back at us. We're just putting on a mask of sympathy, enjoying the spectacle of a clown on a stage. That's why she said that. She probably expected us to say something in return, but none of us knew what to say. Rena looked disappointed for a moment, then turned and clambered on top of an abandoned car. Then she spread her arms out and gave a little twirl, letting her skirt billow up before she grabbed both ends and gave us a graceful curtsy.
Well then, are you ready for a story? This is the story of how Rena Ryugu did her best.
There was no curtain or spotlight. She was atop an abandoned car amidst the trash piles, a stage specially made for her. We tried not to miss a word of what she was about to say. We believed that that was the least we could do not to hurt her feelings. Let's say it's a winter month like December right now. What would you do if all of a sudden you had a week of hot and humid days with crying cicadas? Would you still wear your coat and scarf? Absolutely not, right? Even though it's still June, it's already summer to us, since we've been having hot days for so long. So it's totally okay to do this kind of club activity in June. At my school, everybody usually does what they want and oh wait, I can't remember actually if this narration is supposed to be Rena yet or not. I'm just gonna read it neutrally until I know for sure. At my school, everybody usually does what they want in PE class, but today would be an exception. All my classmates were gathered in the schoolyard. Mion looked over everybody gathered there, then spoke up loudly.
Hey everybody, you ready?
Yeah! They all raised the water guns in their hands. It's okay to use water guns in June because it's been so hot and humid. All my classmates were joining in, so it's gonna be a big water gun battle. I'm so excited.
It's so exciting to do a club activity with everyone from class. Yeah, it's going to be so much fun to play outside with everybody together.
I have to assume that this is Keiji narration then.
It's going to be fun for them, but we have to be serious because we can't lose.
Well, yeah, for us club members, every game comes with a risk.
Exactly. I look forward to the punishment our more careless members are going to suffer. Good luck, everyone!
I'm so pumped. Everybody listen up. Did you all check your guns? Are your tanks full?
We're all ready, my Bar-san. We're very good at gun battles. Tomita and his friends play with water guns a lot, so they might have an advantage.
We're different men today.
Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun smiled confidently, holding their guns in a practiced manner. Their skills must give them confidence. They even looked different.
As we all know, Mion is going to be a tough opponent, but I think Satoko and Rika-chan could be too. What about you, Rena? You can move fast, but you could end up being their target as well, so be careful. You've been losing a lot of games lately and taking most of the punishments.
Oh, it's just that the recent games weren't my specialty. But Keiichi-kun, I think you've been losing a lot these days too, haven't you?
You have no idea how miserable I was when I had to go home wearing a bra and my mom saw me right before I was about to take it off. Ugh!
My last punishment was as terrible as yours. I'm ruined for marriage after having to do that.
Satoko laughed at us loudly while we were shuddering at the memory of the cruel punishments we suffered in the past.
You've been low on both luck and spirit. I know why you've been losing so frequently. That's because, you see, you're both losers.
She's right. Once you get used to losing, you just can't stop. After all those losses, your fighting spirit fades away. When you can't believe in yourself, nothing goes right, even if you're doing the same thing as everybody else.
Haven't you realized that Rena and I took those punishments on purpose because we wanted to spare you that fate? You should be thanking us, not calling us losers.
Oh, is that so? I'm very sorry for not thanking you enough then.
Ugh. Satoko! You just added oil to the flames of my rage! I'll make you regret what you just said!
That's the spirit, Kei-chan. This old man hopes you can at least last long enough to serve as entertainment. Rena, you too. You'd be embarrassed if you were the first one to get shot. But I'm pretty sure that's what's gonna happen.
I too think Rena-san is going down first. Prepare yourself for a bad time.
What? Sand, Satoko? Oh my god, no. No, this can't be.
Oh! No, Mi-chan, Satoko-chan, you're so mean. Rena and Keiichi, go for it. Yay!
Mion and Satoko laughed at us as loud as they could, then moved on to tease their next target. Left alone, all I could do was stomp on the floor in anger.
Damn it! I'm gonna win! I can't just let them laugh at me like that again!
I agree. It feels bad to have them laugh at us like that.
It's not only how it feels, it's also how they step on my pride. Damn it!
Like Mi-chan said, it might be true that you can't stop losing once you get used to it. That's why we have to win today, no matter what, so we can get even.
Rena's eyes look different. She's usually a funny and weird person, but I know she has the determination to do what she needs to do. Our Habaki game with the $2 sand stands for Satoko after not surviving. Oh my god. When Rena looks like this, she can be a tough opponent.
Today, I'll follow the first club rule. I'm going to do everything I can to win.
Oh, you sound determined. You sound cool, but also as if you've been going easy on them before. Rena smiled. Or maybe you could have called it a wicked grin. She was serious. She was serious about what she said. I could tell that from her expression alone. Among all the club members, Rena is easily the most sensible one. Hold on. Me? Yeah. Do that real quick.
The rule of our club is that we can do anything in order to win, but she's the only one who has moral qualms in doing it. That's why we rarely have a hard time against her, except for when she snaps. It's rare to hear her say that she won't go easy. Damn it. When you grin like that, you leave me no choice. I have to be super serious about this too.
I always have to fight with all I have in our club, but I believe there's a time when I have to get super serious about it. I think today is the time.
Indeed.
Yes.
We pounded our fists together. Usually when we really don't want to lose the game, one asks the other to work together, but Rena didn't ask this time, which meant that she was going to try to defeat everybody by herself. No, not try. She was going to do it by herself. Rena looked really cool at that moment, but I wasn't scared. If she was seriously going to do it, I'd have to be serious and do it too. My fighting spirit had been dented after many losses, but it had begun to burn hot once more.
You look good too, Keiichi-kun. You're even scaring me a little. You look like you're going to defeat everybody all by yourself.
I know that's what you're going to do too.
That means we're going to fight against each other at the very end.
We would if we defeated everybody else.
I hope you'll be the last one I have to fight against.
Yeah, me too. We pounded our fists together again. Does everybody remember the rules? You have to call it out when you get hit. Once you're hit, you can't shoot anybody. Even if you did, it wouldn't count. Mion, I'd like to confirm the definition of being hit one last time. When somebody shoots you with a water gun, you're hit. I'll break it down more for you, Kei-chan. You're only hit when it's water from a water gun. In other words, you're not hit when somebody splashes you with the bucket of water.
Only direct shots from the water gun count. I'm sure you're not so scared of Satoko-chan's trap attacks now, huh? I'll still have many kinds of traps ready for you. Rena-san, you'll be my first target. I don't think so. You're not strong enough to take me down yet. What did you say?
Oh, I can't believe Rena gave Satoko tit for tat. This is gonna be fun. Don't you think so, Kei-chan? I don't think so.
Nightmare Luna 69, thank you for renewing your channel membership.
At least not for you, because all you'll be doing is choosing which of us is going to shoot you first.
Keiichi seems determined to win.
Mion seemed to sense the fighting spirit in me and Rena. I could tell that she's as serious as we are, just from the way she looks. Alright, I like your spirit. Are you all ready to start? Everybody get to your positions! The ones you drew by lot earlier. Everybody had to draw lots to pick a place to start the game from. It wouldn't be fun if everybody was close together at the beginning of the game. By the way, my starting position was behind the school building. When I drew this starting position, I thought about hiding until there were only a few people left like I did in our last game of tag. But a defensive tactic like that wasn't interesting to me anymore. I hadn't been this excited in a long time. My legs were shaking with the excitement. It was my first time experiencing that kind of feeling. I could hear Mion's countdown from some distance away. 3, 2, 1... A single shot of a toy pistol echoed. With that sound, I was already running around the building. There had to be some underclassmen nearby. I'd usually assume that somebody else would take care of them, but this time was different. They stood frozen in fear as I ran towards them, screaming at the top of my voice. They took a moment to quickly decide whether to fight or run away, and in that moment, I shot one after another. Sorry guys, you just got unlucky with where you started. I felt bad for them because they lost the game so quickly, so I rubbed their heads to cheer them up, and then took their water guns. Yes, that was the key factor in this game. You can't put very much water in a water gun. With 10 people around you in a gun battle, the water would be gone in a minute. I abandoned the gun I used to shoot them, held one of their guns in each hand, and scoped out the schoolyard. Just like I expected, there was an intense battle happening there. In the short time it took me to take care of the area behind the school building, it seems like most of my classmates were already shot. I wasn't surprised though, I kinda knew it happened. You need to have a high skill to fight in the open schoolyard. Especially when most of the club members were there. It must have been like a battle of elephants and ants. What is that Mion is holding? Mion was holding a different water gun from the one she had when the game started. She was now holding one that looked like a huge machine gun. Its range capability, its pump action shooting, and the amount of water it can hold were way beyond comparison. There were no restrictions on what kind of water guns we could use today. As long as it's a water gun, we were allowed to use any kind. Most of us have a normal pistol-style water gun from a local toy store or something similar. I would have bought a bigger one like Mion's if they'd had one, but they weren't in stock and I'd have to order it in. In other words, Mion ordered hers a long time ago, just for today. She's always well prepared when it comes to winning. She must have thought that we wouldn't allow her to use the big water gun if she showed it off before the game started, so she must have hidden it somewhere. It looks like most of our classmates were shot right after the game started. Only a few were still alive, trying to survive as long as they could by using the heavy construction equipment as a shield. Mion mercilessly shot at them from various angles to make them come out from behind the shield.
Stop hiding, cowards!
Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun were trying their best to resist her attack from behind their shield. It looked like they had no chance against her, but that actually wasn't true. After all, the two of them were only still alive, because of all of their experience in water gun battles. They survived the first few minutes of her assault, even though 99% of their classmates didn't, and they were still surviving at that very moment. Mion, however, is also a battle-hardened soldier. She used the advantage of her big water tank and gradually but certainly drove them into a corner. It was only a matter of time until she broke them down.
We're cornered! It's not fair that she has a machine gun. All we have to do is survive till her tanks run low. We don't stand a chance against her when she's shooting at us like this.
They tried to hold out against her, but all they could do for now was to keep running behind cover as Mion strafed closer and closer to them. They wanted us to use their 2-against-1 advantage, but it seemed like they wouldn't even get— They wanted to use their 2-against-1 advantage, but it seemed like they wouldn't even get that chance. If they tried attacking recklessly, one of them might get shot, and then the other would have no chance of winning. So they grew more cautious, placing their bets on their final chance, but that caused their offense to wane. Of course, Mion saw through their plan. She was purposefully provoking them so they'd lose their patience and start attacking her recklessly. Mion circled around the construction equipment, and now she was standing with her back towards me. If I went up against her machine gun fair and square, I wouldn't stand a chance. So, attacking from behind would be the only way for me to defeat her. Even though she was in a defenseless position, there was some distance between us. I was still too far away, but it would still be better to attack her now than to take her head on. Don't hesitate, Keiichi. You won't have this chance again. I stepped out from my hiding place and ran as fast as I could towards her with 2 water guns in my hands. Instead of approaching slowly and silently, I screamed at the top of my lungs. Mion!
What? There you are, Kei-chan.
Mion seemed a little shocked by my surprise attack, but she immediately pulled herself together. She knew the advantages of her weapon. But she didn't shoot me just yet. She held back, luring me closer. Mion was well aware of how much water she had left. If she had the same kind of water gun as me, we would have had the same range capability, so it would have been down to our technique to decide the winner. If she was fighting against one of her underclassmen, she could have defeated them easily. Mion immediately calculated her chance of winning against me, and figured out that her only chance was to use the advantage of her water gun. She saw the eye of the tiger in me and recalculated her chances of winning in a split second. Really, I could admire how fast she does those things. I ran at top speed to shorten the distance between us. Our strengths should have been equal. I had 2 water guns with full tanks, and she had a machine gun with a half-empty tank. We both waited for the perfect moment.
Your fighting spirit deserves my respect, Kei-chan. I'm not sure I would have been a match for you today if I didn't have this gun.
I'm disappointed in you, Mion. Your calculations are off today. Did you say that you thought you could beat me? Because you don't stand a chance! The moment we stepped within range, Mion and I pulled our triggers at the same time. Mion set her sight squarely on me while I was trying to shoot and run at the same time. Her shot would obviously be more accurate than mine. My shot of water flew towards nowhere. Mion didn't even need to duck. But Mion's shot made a beautiful arc straight towards my chest. I could see the line of water coming straight at me, but I was too unstable to dodge. Mion had no doubt that she got me.
You need more than spirit to defeat me. I knew you'd be the first to go down.
I'm still disappointed in you, Mion. Your calculations are really off today.
Bullshit! You can't dodge that shot. It'll go straight through you, and you'll regret the moment you chose to come screaming at me rather than creeping up from behind.
You're really disappointing me today, Mion. You could have figured it out if you just spent one more second to think. You could have figured out the reason why I didn't creep up on you, but screamed as loud as I could instead. Mion noticed my surprise attack and turned around to face me. In other words, she turned her back on the opponent she was fighting earlier. Those opponents heard my scream and saw that she'd turned her back on them. What? What's this? Mion noticed her back was wet and cold. She finally understood that the underclassmen she was attacking just earlier had shown their fangs and attacked her from behind. I blocked her water shot with my arm, right before it hit my chest. The line of water was broken into droplets and splattered away. Damn it! I got hit first, so my shot didn't count! You took too long to figure it out. Now get down, Mion! Mion squatted down and covered her head. Now it was me versus Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun. Their reflexes weren't so bad. They knew well that I'd be their next target after Mion was gone. They didn't feel sorry at all for attacking me right after I saved them from their predicament. I can respect the cruelty and how quickly they shifted gears. They may one day be able to join our club if they keep refining their sense and skill.
Our next target is Maibara-san. Let's get him! It's 1 against 2. We can take him.
They were, however, one step behind me. It was already too late. For them, Mion was their first target and I was next. But I was different. My first target was them from the start. I didn't even see Mion as my target to begin with, because I knew they'd take care of her. I was pointing my guns at them long before they moved their sights from Mion to me. It seemed like they had noticed at the last moment that both of my guns had been pointing at them from the beginning, which meant it was already too late for them. I jumped over Mion, rolled on the ground, and landed on my feet. I looked as elegant as an athlete that just finished a perfect performance. I had a gun in each of my hands, and with those guns I shot them each in the middle of their chests.
So fast. How could the two of us lose against one?
Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun fell to their knees in disappointment.
I can't believe you did all this, Kei-chan. Guess I'm off today, like you said.
Mion wiped the dirt off her knees, looking frustrated. Don't worry, it wasn't you.
Then why did I lose?
That's simple. I twirled my guns on the tips of my fingers. I have to win sometimes in order to keep looking so cool! There were only a few people left alive. Rena, Satoko, and myself. Rena and Satoko were fighting fiercely. Were they evenly matched? No, Satoko was pushing her hard. Moving fast, she was driving Rena into a corner. Rena was usually gentle and slow, but today she was different. She was very serious today, and yet Satoko was still overwhelming her. She's a tough customer even without her tricky traps.
Do you remember threatening me earlier? I suppose you were just bluffing. You move well, but I'm still going to win.
Satoko kept moving around, piling on pressure in order to pin Rena down. She kept shooting, so her tank must have almost been empty, but her shots were still sharp and fast. I noticed a bucket near her feet, which was full of many water guns. I understood, seeing that. She'd been taking guns from others who were already out of the game. In this battle, reloading bullets, water, was more crucial than the actual shooting. The hole that you'd put water into on these guns is rather small. To put water through it from a faucet takes time and requires a certain amount of skill. In a battle like this, it would almost be suicidal. I understand that well, so I'd been taking guns from the people I defeated, but I could only hold one in each hand. Satoko used a bucket to overcome this limit. Rena looked like she had only had one water gun. I assumed she had two earlier, but she must have used a lot of water during her long battle with Satoko. It looked like she was trying to save her water for the right moment, but with Satoko's fierce attacks, it was obvious that it was only a matter of time before Rena was driven into a corner. However, Rena's also quite skilled. She only pretended to be driven into a corner, but she was actually luring Satoko to a place where she'd have the advantage. There was a narrow, twisting path near the gymnasium warehouse, behind the school building. With Rena's water levels running low, she'd want to turn things around with a single close-range shot. That narrow path was a perfect place for her to do that.
What's wrong? You're slowing down a little. Getting tired? I appreciate your concern, but I'm not tired at all. I think you should worry more about your remaining water. You haven't shot back at me for a while. Your tank is empty, I suppose? If you think so, why don't you stop hiding and show your face? I'll pass. I'm aware that you've been holding on to your last shot. One shot is all I need. I'll be nice and shoot you in the forehead. I don't want you to get your clothes wet after all. Oh, I never never imagined I could have such a thrilling battle with you, Rena-san. However, with the amount of water you have remaining, I doubt you have enough pressure to make that last shot go far.
Satoko was right about that. Rena had just enough water to make one last shot. As the amount of water left in the tank dwindles, the range of shots you can make shortens. That makes the last shot the shortest and weakest of them all. Regardless of her absolutely disadvantageous situation, Rena didn't look frustrated. I could tell she had no intention to lose. It was almost like she didn't even see Satoko as a threat.
You picked a perfect location for yourself, did you not? I have to tread cautiously.
Satoko seemed to understand how dangerous Rena's last shot was going to be better than I did. Oh, whoops. Since she was the one actually fighting against her.
I don't play chess very often, but I believe this kind of situation is called a stalemate, is it not?
Satoko took out another gun with a full tank and shortened the distance between them slowly and carefully. A gun with a full tank doesn't only have a long range, it also has enough power to make shots more accurate. If they shot at each other in a frontal attack, Satoko would have a 99% chance to win. Even so, Satoko was still afraid of Rena's last shot. Satoko shortened the distance even further, smiling as if unafraid, but I could tell that she was actually full of fear. Satoko compared this situation to chess earlier, but it wasn't exactly the same. In chess, you can use some pieces to drive the opponent's king into a corner, but in this case, there were only Rena and Satoko. You can lose some of your pieces in order to achieve a win, but Satoko doesn't have any pieces other than herself. A king can't drive the other king into a corner alone. That's called a stalemate. That's why, while at first glance it looks like Satoko has the absolute advantage, they're actually on equal footing.
Let us finish this. It's not like us to wait for the bell to bring an end to this battle. You're right. Let's do this.
That's strange, I thought. Rena wouldn't have to move just on a dare from Satoko. What kind of plan did she have? Rena had been hiding behind cover for a while, but she came out without hesitation. I noticed something right away. Rena had a different gun. Satoko seemed to notice it as well.
I had a plan to hide where my water here when my water ran low. I hid a gun in advance.
Damn, she's good! In using a trap at the last moment for a come from behind victory, it was as though she was taking Satoko's best skill from her and firing it right back. Satoko no longer had any advantages now that both of them were pointing their guns at each other with full tanks. But she still looked confident. What was going on? Did she have some kind of plan too?
That gun that you're holding right now is very important to me. What do you mean? You would have kept waiting for your perfect shot and wouldn't have come out of hiding if you didn't have that gun.
At that moment, lightning ran through my brain and I instantly understood the situation. Of course! Rena was in a disadvantageous situation earlier, but it was actually the same for Satoko, since she didn't have a chance to make her shot while Rena was in hiding. Rena had remained cautious in order to hit her with that last shot, and that made it difficult for Satoko to attack her. However, what if? Rena didn't need to take the last shot for a come-from-behind victory. No, I said it wrong. What if Rena got a new gun with a full tank? She'd stop hiding and come out to fight against Satoko.
You see, I knew from the beginning that you'd run over here in order to obtain that gun.
Let Satoko talk crap, Rena. You don't have to listen to her, just shoot her right now. Rena thought the same thing. She shot at Satoko without any hesitation. But she frowned in confusion a moment after. What was going on? She couldn't shoot? Was her water gun broken? Or did somebody break it?
Didn't you know that you can easily break a water gun by putting a little bit of sand in an empty tank and pulling the trigger several times? You knew I was hiding my trump card here and pulled a cheap trick like that, huh? I told you. You only set one small trap at the last moment. That's the beauty of traps.
When it comes to traps, Satoko remained a notch above Rena after all. I couldn't believe Satoko figured out Rena's plan in advance and set a trap to counter it. Rena, you made a big mistake. You should have kept the old gun with you. You could have at least made the last shot. But it's too late now for you to pick it up again. Rena was in a worse situation than she was before. She couldn't even take another shot.
Be prepared. You told me earlier that you'd shoot me in the forehead, did you not? Well, I'll at least be kind enough to do you the same favor.
Satoko slowly narrowed her distance again and pointed the muzzle at Rena's forehead. Rena still didn't look like she'd given up. She still thought the game was undecided.
Satoko-chan, you're not as good as you think you are. What did you say? If you got me with your trap, it'd be right as the winner to allow yourself the room to breathe and smile like you're doing right now. But all you've done is drive me into a tough spot. You haven't killed me yet. Don't you think it's a little too early for you to act like you've already got me? I thought you were going to say something much scarier than that. It makes no difference, because I'm going to get you right now. If I were you, I'd just shoot rather than keep talking. You know why? Because if I didn't, I'd lose. Lose? Are you talking about me? I highly doubt that you can fight with a jammed water gun. Do you remember the rule? You're hit when it's water from a water gun. So what are you saying?
When I heard her saying that, I started running. My target was Rena. Satoko was already dead to me. Why? She was going to be shot by Rena within the second.
I have absolutely no idea what you're referring to, Rena-san. What do you think you can do with the jammed water gun? As long as I have water in my gun, I can still fight. Don't you get it yet?
Rena raised her broken water gun up high and smashed its handle on the wall of the school building as hard as she could. The plastic broke easily and water flowed out of it.
As long as the water from the gun hits you, you're dead. It doesn't matter when the water comes out.
Rena was right. She just saved herself by thinking it through. If she was using a real gun, bullets would only come out from one end of the gun. But this was a water gun. She could make her bullets, water in this case, come out from any place, not just the barrel of the gun.
What?
Satoko finally realized that she was standing defenselessly in front of Rena. Satoko's trap was successful, but she overestimated its effect. She should have just shot Rena without hesitation before Rena noticed her new water gun was jammed. She was going to fail because she had grown overconfident of her victory. A second before Satoko pulled the trigger, Rena swung her water gun as if slashing Satoko with a sword. Satoko fired her bullets, but it was too late. A second before Rena would be shot down, a blade of water hit Satoko in the face. No, not hit. It cut her face open.
Your endgame wasn't good enough. I can't believe I lost!
Rena ran towards Satoko, who was still standing in shock, and took her water gun. Rena knew I was her last target and that I was running towards her. Rena! Rena, using her superior mobility, began to duck and weave. We were evenly matched. Neither of us neglected to make any effort possible to take advantage of the situation.
I knew it'd end up being a one-on-one battle with you. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me.
I'm seeing you in a new light today. I didn't know you had the guts.
Rather than a new light, I'd like you to see me in a romantic way.
I can try if you let me win.
No thanks.
We circled around the construction equipment, trying to take shots at each other. We were both sweating like crazy, but I didn't feel tired. But big drops of sweat tickled as they ran down my body. Rapid bursts of water flew across both of our paths. Neither of us had the advantage or disadvantage. I didn't feel elated that I might win or frustrated that I might lose. I was just enjoying this battle with Rena. It was like a dance that I couldn't dance alone, a dance that I could only dance with an opponent.
Rena sure is sharp when she gets serious. It's giving me chills.
Keiichi-san is good too. He's evenly matched with her. I can't tell who's going to win.
In fact, none of the observers could tell who was going to win. Neither could we. We had no idea who was going to win. We had no idea when this battle would end. I didn't know why, but it was great fun just to fight against Rena, and I didn't even care whether I won or lost. In fact, I never even wanted it to end. As we fired at each other, both of our tanks emptied, shortening our range. Inevitably, it became more and more like a melee than a gun battle. We fired our water guns as if trying to cut each other with blades of water, swinging the gun like a sword. We both came up with the idea to swing the gun hard to generate centrifugal force in order to increase the range of our attacks. I decided to duck her shot. I rolled on the ground and landed on my feet. I ducked her shot again and swung my gun like a sword. Who could have imagined that our club's water gun battle would turn into one-on-one close combat like this? Absolutely nobody. Oh, you think so too, Rena?
You too, Keiichi-kun?
We're both breathing hard, calculating the timing needed to take a closer step. And then we both grinned wickedly at each other. This is so fun! I don't want it to ever end!
Don't hate me if you lose.
No, never. I'd hate myself for ending this game. But I know I won't be the one crying in the end.
I don't know about that. Your feet are getting weak, like they're made of straw.
Shut up! Ah!
Wow, they both look so cool.
Maibara-san, go!
Ryugu-san, you can get him!
I became relaxed enough to enjoy the battle, and finally realized that many of our classmates were watching our one-on-one fight. I barely had any water left. I would have to make the next shot count, or I was done for. It seemed like Rena was in the same situation, too. The next shot will decide it. I wish we could fill up our tanks and keep doing this forever.
Well, people enjoy things because they end eventually. Flowers are beautiful, especially because they wither.
I see. That's one way to look at it.
It's been fun fighting against you, but this is it.
Indeed. Sorry, but I'm gonna end this battle.
Good luck, Keiichi-kun.
Don't cry when you lose.
Let's do this!
Hell yeah! Ah!
Wow,
Which one of them won?
The cries of the cicadas echoed in the quiet schoolyard. They sounded like the hand of a watch ticking away the seconds. Neither one of us moved. We took our final shots and now stood motionless. It looked like one of those duels in Western movies.
who hit the other first? I don't know. I couldn't see it.
Our classmates broke the silence first. They finally realized that our intensely beautiful one-on-one battle was over.
Class Prez, what's your decision?
Mion, in turn, realized that she had to deliver a verdict to end the game, but she was just as stunned as the others, and it took her a moment to recover. Mion was taking time to render her verdict. In fact, Rena and I didn't know who won either. My last shot flew fast and splashed sideways as if a blade had cut her chest. I knew that for sure. But at the same moment, Rena's shot hit me in the shoulder. Whoever shot the other first wins. But we didn't know if it was me or her. That's why we stood motionless, waiting for the verdict to be delivered.
Did you see it, Rika? I can't tell.
Class Prez, who won?
Everybody held their breath, waiting for Mion to call it. Rena and I kept staring at each other. The spectators were the only ones who were interested in who the winner was. To us, it wasn't that important. We had a great battle. We had both really wanted to do better than the other. We both wanted to call it a tie. For this great battle, settling for a tie would be the best and most proper option. In other words, this one-on-one fight wasn't a battle to decide the winner. It seems like everybody is thinking the same way.
Me?
Yeah.
They can't move if you don't deliver a verdict.
Yeah. Mion hates to settle for a tie because she loves to draw a line between superiors and inferiors. She tends to settle for a tie when deciding who's the loser because it's more fun to have as many people as possible suffer the punishment, but she's never settled for a tie between winners before. Mion holds a special feeling towards the meaning of being number one. Everybody continued holding their breath, awaiting her verdict. Please make it a tie. Everybody wished for that in their hearts. Mion was hesitating to make the decision. She could have chosen a winner more easily if one of us did even a bit better than the other. But even if one of us did a little better than the other, I feel like nothing fits better than settling for a tie.
The two of you did great today.
Mion finally started speaking.
Kei-chan and Rena, you showed us significant spirit and skill today. The explosive power you showed us was so beautiful that it's beyond even the highest praise I can ever give. It's very difficult for me to decide who the winner should be after watching such an amazing battle.
Then, you mean we have two winners?
I don't like to have two winners. That's not really the point of our club. However, they were both so good that it's very hard for me to decide who was better. So, I'm gonna call it a tie for today. And they'll have another battle some other time to decide the winner.
I expected she might settle for a tie, but I never thought that she'd make us have another battle.
Maibara-san, you were awesome! You were so cool! Ryugu-san, you gave me chills. It was like, you set our hearts on fire.
The classmates rushed towards us and praised us for showing them something that cool. Rena and I were finally released from the tension of battle and dropped to our knees.
Too bad. We tied.
Yeah, I can't wait for our next battle.
Can you give me your hand?
Of course. I was gonna ask you the same thing. We both smiled at each other. It was the first time we ever hit it off like this.
That aside.
She's pulled a fast one, hasn't she?
What do you mean? Michan's trying to get away without suffering the punishment while we're distracted.
She was just trying to sound cool, but the main reason she delivered that verdict was to protect herself.
Yeah, hey!
She's running away! Looks like my guess was right. She's so obvious. The bell rang, a sign that class was over, while we all laughed at Mion. After that,
Good job out there, you two. Here, use this towel.
Rika-chan held out a towel, a big smile on her face. However, Renan and I stepped back and pointed our water guns at her.
Meep. I was already shot so many times. I told everybody that I was already hit, but nobody believed me.
Rika-chan was soaking wet. Well, nobody believed her because she really could be that sneaky, pretending that she was hit in order to stay in the game.
It's your own fault that nobody believes you. Sometimes it's hard to believe anything you say. Meep. Everybody is so mean to me. I feel lonely. I'm lonely like a poor kitten crying in a cardboard box because nobody wants her. Meep meep.
Boom. That sound came from Rena's head. I saw a circle of smoke coming out of it. Rena must have pictured Rika-chan meowing like a cat in a cardboard box.
Oh! Rika-chan is an abandoned kitten! Kitten! I'm taking her home with me!
Ouch! Meep meep. Boom. Rena, you're ruining how cool we looked earlier. Rena was back to her normal self and jumped on Rika-chan like a chameleon capturing its prey. Rika-chan struggled to get away.
Come on, everyone! Get back to your classroom now!
Chie-sensei clapped her hands and yelled at us from the window of the teacher's office. Let's go! Everybody exchanged smiles and ran back to the classroom.
What a fun club activity. Ah. The tip. The Great Water Gun Disaster. That's... Alright, Steam achievements. Pleasant weather. One reason I like my house is because it has good ventilation. As long as there's a nice breeze, I don't have to rely on a fan to keep me cool. I can take down my futon from the windowsill, place my cushion near the open window, and enjoy the cool breeze of the evening. According to my page-a-day calendar, it's June 1983 today. While it was still June, it seemed like summer skipped the rainy season and was already coming around the corner. This was very abnormal, apparently. Even if it was abnormal weather that only comes around once in 100 years, if it was supposed to come in June of 1983, then it wasn't so much of a big deal. It was inevitable. On the other hand, the sudden evening shower on the way home from school was more unpredictable than anything else. Every day had been in perfect harmony, as if it was all carefully planned. I felt like something good was going to happen this year. How should I put it? It's like the feeling I get when I roll a 6 on the first throw of a board game and start off with a huge lead. When it comes to a die, the more you roll it, the more the total averages out. We actually roll a die many times every day of our lives, so it's not like one stroke of luck is really a big deal to be overly happy with. If I roll a 6 on my first throw, and 1 on the next throw, the total's 7. If you believe in fate, you might say there's a higher possibility of a 1 to come up on the die. But you can never actually tell what number you'll roll. That's what fate's all about. You might roll a 6 again. The chance of rolling a 6 twice in a row is 1 out of 36, but if you look at each throw one by one, there's only a 1/6 chance of that miracle. The glass wind chime Satoko put up yesterday was making a refreshing sound. Alright, let's continue.
I awoke from my dream, still feeling excited. I must have had a very happy dream. I already forgot what it was about. It felt as if there was a switch that automatically made me forget my dreams when I opened my eyes. All I could remember is that it was a happy dream. I looked at the ceiling and enjoyed the happy feeling for a while. It was Sunday today. Outside the window, I could hear a morning bird song that sounded totally different from what I heard on weekdays. The morning bird song on weekdays sound like they're in a rush, as if they're telling me to hurry to school. But on Sunday, it's different. I could tell that the birds are singing simply because they want to tell everybody how great a morning it is. I even felt like the birds that sing on weekdays must be different birds from the ones that sing on Sunday. I wonder if there really are birds that only sing on Sunday. It sounds like a very luxurious job for some reason. It's a waste to listen to such a valuable bird song when you're not quite awake. As I fully awaken, my normal crude personality takes over, and I start feeling stupid to even think there might be birds that sing only on Sunday. As I yawned and stretched, my blood started circulating throughout my entire body. It felt good. I turn over and look at the clock, which says it's past 10 a.m. I used to go to my cram school on Sunday at 10 a.m. That was before I moved to Hinamizawa. My parents made me go to several cram schools back then. I remember that the one I had to go to first and third Sundays of the month was the hardest one of all, because I had to change trains several times to get there. I was never allowed to sleep in so late back then. My mom always woke me up early so that I didn't miss my classes. That's probably why I've always dreamed of being able to wake up whenever I wanted on a Sunday. Needless to say, I don't feel that way anymore now that I moved to Hinamizawa. After all, I can always sleep till noon on Sunday now. My life has changed completely since I moved here. Before, I used to think living in the countryside would be really inconvenient. To be honest, I wasn't even really interested in living here. But it was only the first few days that I felt that way. Now I don't feel attached to life in the city or its conveniences. When I think about what part of my life in Hinamizawa I'm the most attached to, I'd have to say it's probably my friends. I guess the reason why I'm being so sentimental is probably because I had so much fun yesterday in the water gun fight with all of my classmates. Despite my age, I got so into it and had so much fun. I bet the kids in the city wouldn't be able to play like that. No, I should say they wouldn't even want to in the first place. They wouldn't even realize how exciting a simple water gun fight could be. I went downstairs and saw my parents watching a serious TV program, arguing about the topic together.
First of all, telephone service charges in Japan are way too expensive. It's because the state has a monopoly.
But private companies are profit-oriented organizations. They're not exactly charitable. I wonder if they can maintain uniform service nationwide.
The experts on TV were arguing about the same thing. Seems like there's a possibility the telephone service will get privatized. I'm too young to understand how privatization could make things better, but I can easily assume that people will start talking about privatizing the postal services in the near future, too. My parents were arguing about the topic fiercely, but they got along very well. Let's put it this way. They get along well, and that's why they argue. I don't remember seeing them get along this well when we were living in the city. This is probably one of the things that got better since we moved to Hinamizawa. A cold relationship between parents doesn't bring any benefits to their kids.
Oh, Keiichi, you're up early today. Do you want to eat breakfast?
No thanks. I'm going out today, so I don't need anything.
You going out with your friends? Is it those club activities that you always talk about?
No, it's not a club activity day. It's the punishment for the game we played yesterday. Someone rang the doorbell. I looked at the clock and noticed it's time to meet Rena. I guess I spent too much time enjoying waking up late. I ran upstairs to get a change of clothes. I quickly changed and ran to the front door. Rena was chatting with my parents. I always feel uncomfortable when my parents talk to my friends. I'm afraid they'll say something embarrassing about me. If they told Rena that I wet my bed till I was X years old or something, she wouldn't wait until Monday to tell everybody in my school, or maybe even everybody in Hinamizawa. Hey, Rena! Good morning! I'm sorry for making you wait.
Keiichi-kun!
Rena and my parents looked at me and laughed. I said good morning and they laughed. I guess I was too late. My parents must have already told Rena some embarrassing secrets about me. I don't want my parents to tell her anything else, so I put on my shoes in a rush and pushed Rena out of the house. My parents waved at us, smiling.
Have a nice day. Rena-chan, please take care of Keiichi. Oh. Don't worry. I'll take good care of Keiichi-kun.
I have no idea why you'd have to do that. I don't need you to take care of me. I dragged Rena away from the house and we were on our way. We rode our bicycles to the town of Okinomiya. It's a long way away. It's an easy ride to the town because it's mostly downhill, but needless to say, it's a hard ride on the way back. I felt like Rena was giggling whenever she looked at me. I badly wanted to know what kind of embarrassing information my parents had fed her before I came downstairs. I tried to give her a new subject to talk about in order to get whatever she heard from my parents out of her mind. How come you're so close to my folks?
Well, we're very close, because we talk a lot.
When do you talk to my parents? I've never seen you having a conversation.
I see your mother a lot at the grocery store. She's there on a lot of special bargain and extra point days.
Oh, yeah. My mom keeps a close eye on those. She sticks notes like that on the refrigerator. They're always all about when she can get things cheaper.
Whenever I see her at the store, we talk about things we're making for dinner that night, and we do the shopping together. A few days ago, she told me the curry sauce was on sale, and that she was going to have curry and rice for dinner that night, so I did the same.
I remember we had curry and rice the day before yesterday. So you had curry and rice that day too, huh?
Yeah, you had pork curry, didn't you? Pork was on sale that day, so your mom and I both bought some. So when I was eating my curry at home, I knew you were having the same dinner. Huh?
So she knows what I'm eating for dinner almost every day. It didn't bother me, but I do feel kind of embarrassed.
I usually see your father with your mother at the grocery store. Your parents get along very well, huh?
Yeah, they like to go grocery shopping together. I think they're a good couple for their age.
I think it's very important that your parents get along well. It's cute that they still go grocery shopping together.
That's enough about my parents. What about yours, Rena? Do they get along well?
Yes, they do. They're always hugging and kissing. So, I feel like there's no room for me in the house.
Her parents are a lovey-dovey couple, huh? I've never met Rena's mother, but I imagine she's just like Rena. I could easily imagine her mother going crazy about the spot her husband missed when shaving, because it looks so cute to her, like sesame seeds on white rice. She must love to touch her husband's chubby stomach because it feels so soft. It was funny how easily I could imagine her mother doing those things.
What's so funny?
I'm curious about your mother now. I'm going to go to your house next time and meet your mother.
What? No, 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 no!
You talk to my mother. It's only fair that I talk to yours too, isn't it?
Oh, but my mom isn't as interesting as a person as you think. She's normal and boring.
I can even picture how she looks. I know it. She looks just like you, doesn't she?
What? What? No, she doesn't. She doesn't look like me at all.
Then why are you acting so weird? Your reaction tells me everything. Anyway, I'm really interested in your mother now. I'm gonna see her sometime. Be prepared.
Oh, no, no, no way. If you really do come to my house, I'll be so mad at you.
Your daughter has been a great friend to me. No, wait. It'll be more fun if I say something like, I've been seeing your daughter and I'm serious about her.
If you come to my house, I'll tell Michan and the others the stories from when you were little.
What? What kind of stories are you talking about exactly?
Well, the one I heard from your mother is about when you were 4 years old. And the other one is about the slide when you were 6 years old. And another is about when you were...
You got me, Rena-san. I'll never get within a 100-meter radius of your house as long as you live.
Thank you.
Damn it, Mom. I'll remember this. We arrived at the station. The place we were going today is right near there. It's a restaurant called Angel Mort.
We were meeting up with the others there. Okay, yeah, so I have to warn you, this Angel Mort scene sucks pretty bad. And unfortunately for plot reasons, there is literally no way around it. Like, I can't skim through this shit at all. You're just gonna have to tank it. You're just gonna have to clench your teeth and bear with it. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Anywho.
I was surprised when I saw the restaurant. It's usually a normal and quiet restaurant, but today there were many people in front of it. They didn't look like they were waiting in line to get inside. It looked more like they were just loitering around. They should just line up and go inside like normal people. Wow, what's going on? There's so many people here.
The restaurant has a big event today. I heard that many people are coming from far away.
There's a flag saying Dessert Festa in front of the restaurant.
Kitty with the 2 pounds. Why? We were having such a good time. Yeah. It'll be okay. We can shoulder through this pain together.
I heard that Angel Mort holds events like this several times a year, and a lot of people come to attend from all over.
Today, only people who have a ticket can get into the restaurant. And 1 ticket allows for 4 people to get in. Up to 4 people.
I see. So these are people waiting for friends who have a ticket.
Not exactly. Some people have tickets, but don't have 4 people to go with.
So you're saying that these people are just here to find someone who'd like to share their empty seats? At that time, the crowd of people roared in excitement. What was going on?
This guy has a ticket! He's trying to get inside alone when he can bring 3 more with him! How rude! Please let me join you! If you let me join you, I'll honor you with a rare Angel More trading card. I've come to the Front Field's newest Summer Cat issue in its limited edition book. I'll give you the beta version of Higurashi with the mode that lets you change everyone's outfits. Make a deal with me for a modded version of G's figure. I'll give you 10,000 yen in real money.
Indigo with the 5 pounds. We're all doomed. I'm sorry. We're dead.
You fool! RMT is prohibited! Report! Report! Account banned!
I have no idea what they're talking about.
The fans of this restaurant are a little scary, huh?
Anyway, what about our ticket? There are 5 of us. How are we all gonna get in?
Shh! You know Michan's family owns this restaurant. So, you know.
Mion is so cool sometimes. Rena makes a fist and gets all fired up. Gets all fired up.
Well, let's go. We're going to dash through the crowd without stopping.
That seems like the best course of action, actually. Okay, we nodded at each other. Since we were a group of 2 at present, it looked like we had 2 more seats to share. These people might try mobbing us in order to get a share. We crouched down, getting ready to run. The crowd of people seemed to notice us.
Look! Look at them! They're gonna force their way through! And he's trying to fill a booth alone with his girlfriend! How reprehensible! We're going to sit with them and crush their lovey-dovey mood! Fight back to the last round! Show them the iron...
Okay, yeah, I don't know about that. Damn, they were gonna tackle us. They'd do whatever it took to stop us from getting inside the restaurant.
Today's the day Michan and the others suffer their punishment. If we can't get inside, our victory yesterday will have been in vain.
I can't let that happen. We exhausted ourselves to obtain that victory. To watch our friends undergo the punishment is our right and...
Our duty as well.
But no matter how cool we sound, what we're really after is one thing.
Oh, I can't wait to see how Satoko-chan and Rika-chan look. I'm taking them home with me.
Hey you, young couple! Share your empty seats with us, all nice and quiet-like. Yeah! We won't let you go through. I won't allow you to use your ticket for yourselves. You have to share the empty seats with us.
They reached their hands towards us like zombies. They gradually got closer and closer. We were actually taking it easy, though. In fact, I'd say the situation was rather enjoyable.
It's like we're still in the middle of the game we played yesterday.
Yeah, it's getting fun. Let's kick their asses!
Yep, roger that. It's a lot easier to fight against them than Michan and Satoko-chan, you know?
Indeed. I'd say that with even 20 to 30 of them, it's still easier than fighting against the other club members. They don't have enough people to stop us.
Great, let's do this.
Yeah! Please, destroy them all. Our enemies number about 20 to 30. If they wanted to stop us, they should have gotten 10 times more people than that.
Hurry-up!
Keiichi JoJo noise.
Welcome to Angel Mort. Today we're holding a special event. Do you have a ticket? We don't have a ticket, but we were told to give our names. We're Rena Ryugu and Keiichi Maibara. Let me check on our list. Please wait for a moment.
Seems like many fans of this restaurant aren't normal people. I bet they'd try to get in with lies or fake tickets. No wonder this waitress makes sure to check the list. Anyway, those people were just too freaky back there. There's no way that normal people could get through them without a struggle.
You might be right. But nobody can stop me. How?
You sure did them in. Did you use your elbows or knees? You hit them right in the middle of their faces. You're a scary person. The way Rena swept them off their feet with super fast invisible jabs was incredible. It even gave me a chill just thinking about it.
That's because they tried to sabotage my chance to take my girls home with me. They must look so cute today. I'm taking all of them home with me.
When you're in cute mode, nobody stands a chance. I sure hope they admitted their loss after getting beaten up that badly.
You did great too, Keiichi-kun. At first I thought you'd be engulfed by them, but then they became all quiet and let you through with tears in their eyes. What did you do to them?
Nothing really. I just told them that I'd get into the restaurant and make sure to see everything they wanted to see. And I told them, you might have to shed tears now, but I believe you can get a ticket next time. That's all I said, but they seemed to understand me.
You're so good at that sort of thing. You know, making people listen to you. Yeah, you sure are our club's magician of words.
They're all calling me that now. Can't you please come up with a better name?
I'll think about it.
Rena laughs loudly.
Thank you so much for waiting. I confirmed your names in the list. I'll take you to your table. Please follow me.
The waitress led us to our seats. The restaurant was completely packed today. It made for a cheerful but sort of crazy atmosphere. All the customers in the restaurant were very unique people, just like the ones loitering around outside. There was an aura of excitement in the store, and it also smelled a bit sweaty. They were also talking excitedly using special terms that I don't understand, again, just like with the people outside.
Angel Mort is... Oh, okay.
Angel Mort's all about the uniform. You taste food with your tongue, but in Angel Mort you can taste it with your eyes, too. Where's the waitress with the big heavy pair of melons? I don't see her today. Whoa! You need to check the shift roster. If you like...
Okay, guys. Burying my head in the sand and screaming.
If you like... you have to come on Tuesdays and Thursdays after 5 p.m. If you like girls, you have to come on Fridays after 5 p.m.
I regret coming here today. And at the same time, I was really glad that I didn't lose the game yesterday. This punishment might be a bit easier for the girls. But as a guy, if I had to undergo this punishment today, I would have been kicked and punched by these crazy customers because they would have been burning with anger. Let me explain. I didn't come here just to eat lunch with Rena today. The punishment is as follows. The losers have to wear a costume that was randomly chosen and help with the event at Angel Mort as a waitress. The winners can enjoy eating desserts, receiving service from the losers. When this punishment was announced,
Oh, ERA, you showed up at like the worst possible time.
Jeez. When this punishment was announced, I'd actually prepared myself for the punishment because I thought I'd lose the game like always. I was losing a lot recently, so I didn't think I could win. I assumed Rena felt the same way. Who could imagine Rena and I would do so well as to win? You're great, Keiichi Maibara. You made me proud. Everybody started shouting, clapping their hands, and whistling for joy. I don't blame them. They came here just for an event at Angel Mort. None of them expected to see the waitresses wearing different costumes like this.
Meep. Hello! Rika-chan! I'm taking you home with me!
Wait, calm down, Rena. You can't take her home yet. She has to finish her punishment first. Rika-chan appears with glasses of water and wet napkins on a tray. They drew lots to decide on the costumes. Rika-chan's costume is the uniform of Angel Mort, which we regularly use for punishments. God, this sucks.
Hello. Welcome to Angel Mort.
Rika-chan put the glasses of water and the wet napkins in front of Rena and me.
Gloomy Squids at the $5. Even while drunk, Angel Mort sucks ass. I wish I was drunk. Do you know how much I wish I could be drinking right now?
Jeez.
You look so adorable! I'm taking you home with me!
Rena raised her weird voice, and everybody in the store followed suit.
I'm taking her home with me!
Everybody started shouting the phrase. Before I knew it, they were surrounding our table trying to burn the scene of Rika-chan serving customers into their minds.
Oh, Rika-chan, you look great in that uniform. Oh. Meep. It's embarrassing to have everybody look at me like that.
There's something different about the uniform, though.
Good eyes, Maibara-san. Allow me to explain.
Tomita-kun, our underclassman, pushed his way through the crowd. Oh, Tomita-kun. Okamura-kun, too. I didn't know you guys had a ticket.
Arabaki Gaming with the $5. Gloomy is drunk, LMAO. I'm drinking and Angel Mort still sucks ass. You know, fair enough. Maybe it wouldn't be enough. Maybe drinking wouldn't be enough.
The important thing here is the uniform Furude-san is wearing today. As you already know, the uniforms of Angel Mort are designed to bring out the most of a mature woman's features. Therefore, it's normally required to have certain bodily...
Oh my god. Dude! Ugh.
In that sense, this is the least compatible uniform for Furude-san, because she's still at a...
Yeah, this is... Anyway.
Plus, the other problem was that the restaurant couldn't find a uniform in Furude-san's size. That's why it was necessary to try various measures in order to facilitate her punishment. That is, to wear the uniform of Angel Mort. Therefore, they came up with the idea to use a school swimsuit, and it created an impossible combination of said swimsuit and the uniform of Angel Mort. It's so eccentric that even God couldn't see it coming. In this costume, Furude-san now has an overwhelming attack power far beyond her normal statistics. She also gained elemental enchantment, status impairment, and a huge increase to her critical hit rate. On top of that, she's also given increased invincibility time during power-ups.
Okamura, what are you talking about, bro? Could you elaborate? Alright, Baki Gaming with the $2. It only gets better from here, trust. Yeah. When this scene is over, you correct me if I'm wrong, people who know in chat, but I'm fairly certain that, like, you know, not to say that there are no groan-worthy scenes in the rest of Higurashi, but, like, I don't think they ever get this bad again. Thankfully.
Do you understand how great this is? You do, don't you? Let me put it another way, like what Ryugu-san always says. I'm taking her home with me.
No, you can't. I'm the one who's taking her home. But I understand exactly how you feel. I'm taking her home with me.
Kitty with the £2, thank you for taking the hit, reading this for us. Yeah, I need all the strength I can get, thanks.
Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun held Rena's shoulders and they shouted the phrase in their excitement. The phrase had spread throughout the entire store and was now out of control. Anyway, Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun surprised me sometimes. For their age, they're so good at giving passionate speeches. They'll probably make it big in the future.
Where are Mi-chan and Satoko-chan?
Whoops. I accidentally closed off the window. ERA opens door. Hello, kids. How are you doing? Oh my god! Yeah. And Written Remedy with the $2. Yeah. I don't even know if I want to, like, say that necessarily. Just, like, I don't even... You know what I mean. But, like, yeah. I get you.
I can't wait to see them.
At that time, the crowd sent up another roar. I hear Mion telling them to let her through. I don't remember what kind of costume she picked.
Oh, is it you?
K-san!
Yep, it's you.
What's going on here?
Wow! Kameda-kun! Of course you're here because this is a dessert festa, and you're a dessert maniac. Hey, how have you been doing?
It doesn't matter how I am. More importantly, what is that? What's going on here?
Kameda-kun was in a state of great excitement. Thick veins were displaying on his forehead. The source of that excitement appears through the crowd.
Guys, Kameda was from Higurashi. He didn't have a sprite at the time, but he's the baseball guy.
There's no turning back. Guess I've got to do what I've got to do. Welcome to Angel Mort. Here's your ultra rare cheesecake.
Mion appeared with the cake on a tray. Oh, now I remember what she picked for her costume.
Oh, Mi-chan, you look so cute too.
I can't believe I'm doing this. I was gonna make Kei-chan wear it.
Maibara-san, this costume's extraordinary too. Plus, because you know her in person, and because she's the leader of our club, who's never lost any games in the past, and also a class president who's perfect at everything, you can enjoy this 500%. Even the class president who doesn't know what losing is can't escape the punishment. Your club is so terrifying.
What? Please explain what's going on here, Kay. I thought we were friends because we shared a huge parfait together. How could you not tell me about such a wonderful club? I can't believe you didn't tell me about this. If I knew about it, I wouldn't have joined the baseball team. Where's the reset button for my life?
The crowd roars in excitement.
What a great club. I've never heard of a club as wonderful as this in my life.
Oh, you can't join our club. Only people who live in Hinamizawa can join.
What? Then I have to move my certificate of residence to Hinamizawa at once!
Stop there, Rena. The population of Hinamizawa might double by tomorrow.
Anyway, this is a beautiful punishment, Kay. Costumes that make women look beautiful are like decorations on desserts. A shortcake, for example, is just a sponge cake if you take away its decoration, but if you decorate it with whipped cream to enjoy the wonderful and mysterious harmony that layers and layers of beautiful decoration create, you can enjoy it with...
Okay, shut the fuck up, dude.
That's why this combination of sailor-style uniform and gym shorts is wonderful. They're both ordinary school clothes and each is tasteful in its own right, but let's put that aside for now. A school uniform and gym clothes are in the same category, namely school clothes, but they've never been combined together. It's like a strawberry daifuku. Nobody thought they'd taste good together, but the combination actually brought an unexplored and unknown taste to this world.
Kei-chan, he's calling you Kei. I didn't know you were friends with this pervert. I'm trying my best not to be friends with him.
Woo! What is it?
You'll see, Nozo. A guy tumbled in and landed on his feet elegantly. It was Coach. Oh god, just when it couldn't get any fucking worse!
How dare you? How dare you, Maibara-san?
Coach glared at me in anger. He was breathing hard with a scary expression on his face.
What do you mean? What did I do? That's what I'm talking about!
At the moment of his scream, 3 different metal buckets fell on his head one after another, and a Chinese wok finished the job.
Well, I was prepared for this moment. The moment my punishment was chosen.
To see Satoko in a maid costume is like a matter of life and death to you.
Oh, I love Satoko-chan's costume. It's so cute. I'm taking her home with me.
I won't let you do that! I'm going to take her home with me, or my name is not Kyosuke Irie!
No. If you try to sabotage my chance to take her home with me, you get these. How?
Once Rena goes into cute mode, she becomes merciless. If a rock tried to sabotage her chance to take her favorites home with her, she'd break it into pieces. If it was a river, she'd fill it up with sand. If it was the sea, she'd split it in half like Moses did and walk through it. What? Coach got up on his feet like a zombie.
Habaki gave me with the $5. You know me, I would never wish death upon a person. I'm kidding, of course I would, but man, take your pills already. Yeah, God, it's,
I couldn't believe he could still get up after being hit with all of her super fast attacks.
Ha 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 ha! That doesn't work on me! Yup! Ouch! Ouch! No, that doesn't work either. I'll get up no matter how many times I get beaten as long as there's a maid in front of me. Why? Because it's a dream of all mankind!
Ouch!
No matter what, I'm taking her home. How?
Irie was down on the floor, his body twitching.
Well, at least he got beaten up. There's that, at least.
Irie was down on the floor, his body twitching. Rena just hit him with a barrage at point-blank range. Anyway, this really is a sight to behold. I'm so glad I won the game, but at the same time, I'm scared to imagine how terrible it would have been if I lost.
This is absurd. Well, I have to wear this for the punishment. I cannot take it any longer.
Satoko, your costume's a lot more decent than this old man's.
You think wearing a maid costume is decent? You're completely messed up.
Rena, stop drooling and sit here. It's the winner's right to be served by the losers, remember?
Oh, I don't know which one I'm taking home with me today. How?
Hey, waitress, what's your recommendation today?
What about this fruit parfait?
The cream puffs are very good too. You can get refills of water as many times as you want for free.
Rena's nose was bleeding because she got to keep the waitresses in cute costumes all to herself. I should actually thank her for acting crazy like that because it made me look calmer than I really am. I was as excited as her, and my nose would bleed too if I wasn't careful. Keiichi.
You were doing all right, man. Keep it to yourself, man.
I now understand what a slack-jawed smile means.
Hey, Rika-chan. Waitress-san. Can you feed me? Sure.
Satoko, can you feed me too? And Mion, you massage my shoulders.
Open your mouth. I hate this. Hey! I told you to open your mouth!
Damn it! Why do I have to massage your shoulders? This old man's service is gonna cost you.
Gulp. The audience gasped at the sight. I bet Angel Mort has never had an event as exciting as this one. Every table had 4 people squeezed in together, but only Rena and myself were at this table. And 3 waitresses in cute costumes were exclusively serving us.
I could feel that I hate this. Yeah, I was channeling my own emotions into that line read.
They were giving us shoulder massages and feeding us dessert, too. This had never happened before at Angel Mort, and it never will again.
I see. They're waitresses. Then I'd like to have a glass of water.
One of the other customers wanted to get a piece of the wonderful treatment and patted Mion on the shoulder.
Hey, I'm sorry, but I'm not a waitress. Ask the real waitress over there for a glass of water, okay?
What? You're not a waitress? You can't serve me?
That's right, we're not waitresses. We have no obligation to provide service to you. Satoko, me and I are here for the winners. Meep.
It's not fair!
All of a sudden, Kameda-kun screamed, starting to blame me. What do you mean it's not fair?
It's not fair that Kei-san can do such wonderful club activities and I can't! Not fair! It's not fair! It's just not fair!
Hold on, we took a certain risk to earn this right, so this is fair.
We don't think it's fair either!
Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun were standing behind Kameda-kun.
First of all, you only won the game yesterday because we killed Mion-san for you. We felt sorry for you always having to suffer punishment, so we let you shoot us. You should appreciate our sacrifice.
Oh, really? This is getting interesting. What do you think, Kei-chan?
What do you mean? What do you want me to do?
Well, Kameda-kun, Tomita, and Okamura. Why don't you challenge Kei-chan and Rena for the position of the winners?
What? Mi-chan, what do you mean by that? What do you mean?
They defeated many fighters and won a massive victory yesterday. I'm pretty sure a battle against these guys would be trivial, right?
Kameda-kun clapped his hands with glee. Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun nodded in agreement. They looked fired up already. Damn it. I have to fight against them here?
Now that I think about it, the game was a tie. It'll be fun to have the finale here with a few extra fighters. If you lose the game, you join in on the punishment.
Damn it. I hate when you make it sound persuasive. What do you think, Rena?
ERA, Satoko, you better open up your mouth because I'm about to give you a knuckle sandwich.
Yeah.
I'm fine with it because I'm gonna win. I'm taking them home with me. I wonder what kind of costume you'll have to wear. I'm taking all of you home with me.
She sure is motivated. I could see Kameda-kun was ready to fight for the ticket to paradise at Angel Mort. My 2 underclassmen were also eager to have a chance to fight against the members of the club for the first time.
Kyosuke Rie, reporting to volunteer for this game too. Oh my god, no! No! Get back on the ground! Pass back out! Well. Okay, let's start the game with these members. Rena and Kei-chan, do you have any objections?
I don't think you'd take on an objection even if I had one.
Well, don't you like to make the game interesting?
It's now or never if you want to change your mind, Tomita-san and Okamura-san. As you already know, you have to undergo the punishment if you lose.
We know that.
We're men too. We always wanted to fight against you.
They've seen many horrifying punishments we had to suffer, and they still had the courage to join in. I had to admit, they have potential. Kameda, the evil lord of Angel Mort, sneered at the two.
I never thought I'd have the chance to fight against you again, Kei-san. I'm going to fight fair and square this time.
I didn't expect to fight you here at Angel Mort either. I'm pretty sure you'll be an even tougher enemy to defeat than in the baseball game. Coach Irie, the Count of Maize, laughed like he was afraid of nothing.
Well, I'll show you how serious an adult can be. And today here at Angel Mort, I'm going to... Okay. Grabs you and shakes you!
I won't let any of you win. Huh?
Alright, I'm ready. I can't keep complaining. Mion, what kind of game are we playing?
That's the spirit. Make way, everybody! Waitress, please bring it over.
In the kitchen, the real waitresses are standing by with many desserts on trays. It looks like the game is going to be either a speed eating or a competitive eating contest. Manager?
Oh, manager, are you sure we can do this?
Yeah, go ahead and bring them the desserts. The more interesting, the better. I want this event to be as exciting as possible. The waitresses checked in with the manager and started bringing in the desserts. The two of my underclassmen, Kameda-kun, Coach, Rena, and I, sat at the table together.
Well, I understand it sucks, Ludwig, but I can't tell you why the scene is important. I can't spoil the reason. You're just gonna have to trust me. I would not lie to you about something that fills me with this much pain.
I wanted to enjoy watching the cute waitresses placing desserts on the table, but right now I was in a fighting mood. I had no time for that. The audience surrounding our table seemed to have grown excited too. I bet it didn't even cross their minds that they would see a serious battle at Angelmore today. But they didn't care, as long as it's fun to watch.
Listen up. This is a competitive eating contest. Whoever eats the most within the time limit wins. We already know how heavy each dessert is, so we'll calculate the total weight of desserts you ate after the game is over, and whoever ate the most weight will win.
When the words competitive eating came up, Kameda-kun smiled evilly. Damn it, Kameda-kun has the advantage.
Mion-san, can you count the two of us as one person because we always fight together?
Yeah, that's fine. Since you're always together, I'll permit it.
Damn it, having two stomachs for a competitive eating contest was an absolute advantage too. What about you, Rena? I'm sure a competitive eating contest's a bit of a hard game for a girl.
No worries. If it means I can take these adorable girls home with me, I'd even swallow a table.
Just like thinking of the fucking like clip from Ed, Edd n Eddy where Ed like just swallows the entire bed. It's just like molded around it like Kirby around the car.
I underestimated her. Rena can overcome physical impossibilities when she goes into cute mode. She might even be able to eat food that's heavier than herself. Coach, what about you? Are you good at competitive eating? Maibara-san, as long as there's a mate in the condition I need to meet in order to get her, nothing is impossible to me. I could see a black aura surrounding him, which I found very intimidating. The glint from the eyes that shone from behind his lenses was sharp enough to pierce an iron board. Damn it, he was in maid mode, which is equally as strong as Rena's cute mode. Shit, I was the only one without an advantage.
You ready? Set? Go!
I wasn't ready emotionally, but Mion started the game without hesitation. Damn it, there was no turning back. I had to do this. There were many kinds of desserts before us. Some of us were easy to eat, and some were easy to eat, and some were not. So I had to get the dessert that's the easiest to eat before anybody got it. What about the yogurt parfait? Ooh-yeah! But of course, everybody seemed to be thinking the same thing. Everybody reached out for the same dessert as fast as they could. A white light flashed in front of our eyes and the parfait disappeared. My hands clashed with the others in midair.
Neon Roses with the $5. Can I pour boiling hot oil on almost everyone in this restaurant? I would encourage it, actually, yes.
You're too slow. I got it first. Oh.
Rena took the parfait. She was literally as fast as lightning. Damn it, I knew it! There was no way I can beat Rena in the opening move. Rena took the parfait like a frog catching a fly with its tongue, and swallowed it in a single gulp. She did all of that in seconds. She's usually gentle and calm, but she's a totally different person right now. Really, it's terrifying. I see. I now understand why people say women always have room for desserts. But in that special environment of Angelmore, Kameda-kun wasn't far behind Rena. He grabbed a fruit parfait and swallowed it as if drinking beer from a mug. It looked very dynamic. Burp. Hehehe. Kei-san, you're wasting your time. You don't even have a 1% chance to defeat me in a battle in Angelmort. Just watch me! Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun looked at the extraordinary techniques Rena and Kameda-kun are displaying, but they seemed very calm. They knew their advantage. As long as they kept a steady pace, they could eat more and eat faster than anybody else because there are two of them. Rena and Kameda-kun were eating very fast, but they might slow down in the middle, so this was going to be an unpredictable race. Son of a bitch. I won't lose this game! I shoved my dessert into my mouth and kept eating. I just kept eating. Ow, ow, ow! Damn it, my mouth got extremely cold when I swallowed a ball of ice cream. How could the others do this so easily? There's an idea. I should melt it first. I could use some kind of heat to melt it first and then drink it down. Plus, it would also be easier for my stomach to take when it's not so cold. But how should I melt it?
Ira, thank you for becoming a channel member.
It would take too long to use body heat, and I didn't have any other source of heat with me. Waitress, can I order something? I'd like to have hot coffee. Could you bring it to me in a big pot instead of a cup? Coach! My bro-san, you're too slow. I also got the idea to melt it with heat. No, damn it! He was one step ahead of me! Could order hot coffee too, but I'd still be one step behind him. I'd have to come up with something to melt my ice cream faster than hot coffee. Calm down, my Barakeiichi. Think! Think hard!
Keiichi-kun held his head, screamed that line, and bent his neck backwards. When he gets like this, he always speaks everything that's on his mind, and it's very fun to listen to. But I had to concentrate. I needed to win this game. I was going to keep eating as much as I can and take all of the adorable girls home with me.
Yo, 5 gifted memberships from ERA as well. Thank you. Very cool. not that kind of laugh. I'll let them go for a second. That's 2. That's 3. That's 4. And that's 5. Okay.
I was having so much fun. I was so thrilled that I felt like my heart was about to burst. I might have been acting totally uncute, but I didn't care, exactly because I was having so much fun.
Alright, back again with the $2. And here, Ryukishi07 locks in. It is a masterpiece, trust. No, yeah, we're finally to like, we're finally getting to the good part now.
Michan always comes up with such extraordinary games. Satoko-chan loves to play pranks. Rika-chan is very sneaky, but it's impossible to hate her. And Keiichi-kun is always so funny. I enjoy every day. I wish I could express how much I really do enjoy them better than by saying how happy I am. Sometimes I even feel anxious because I enjoy every day so much. There's as much misfortune and pain as there is happiness and pleasure in this world. And I know very well that they all come to you regardless of how hard you try. You'll have happy days regardless of how hard you try. You'll have unhappy days regardless of how hard you try. But that doesn't mean that you don't need to try hard. I can try to make my happy days even happier and last longer. In the same way, I can try to make my unhappy days happier and end faster. I struggle very hard to achieve that. That's why I'm going to enjoy the happy days I have now as much as I can. I must not take them for granted, because they won't last forever. They won't. One day, all of a sudden, these happy days will come to an end. I know it. That's why I was trying to enjoy the happiness I received today so that I wouldn't regret it. Even if the world ended tomorrow. I noticed my hand stopped moving while I was thinking about these things. When spending time with my friends, I feel so happy that my heart might burst. I even love doing the punishments. They're fun for me. I have friends. I have a place where I fit in. I have time in which to be myself. I have a me that I love. I love everybody. I love Mi-chan, Satoko-chan, Rika-chan, and Keiichi-kun. I love everybody in my class and everybody in Okinomiya.
Oh? Rena stopped eating. I guess she went too fast in the beginning.
Okamura, this is our chance! We can defeat Ryugu-san!
Lauren, I had a hard time remembering, but now I understand why it was a better idea to just sit through the whole scene. It's such a weird spot to switch POV, but it would be easy to miss. Yeah, pretty much. And yeah, like, it gives overall context to Rena's internal monologue, which is very, very, very important.
All of you, you're just wasting your time. You think you can defeat me at Angel Mort? You're too naive.
Rena-san, come on! I'll never forgive you if you let Coach win.
I'm not going to let anybody win. I can even swallow the Pacific Ocean if you ask me to.
What's wrong, Rena? You getting full? I guess you just have to watch my come-from-behind victory now. Am I right, everyone?
Yeah!
Rena, what's wrong? I had left the table.
Excuse me. I have to go to the bathroom.
I was just so happy. I didn't care who won or lost this match. Of course, it's more fun when I go crazy to try and win, but I could never be happier than this. If I could seal this happiness in a piece of crystal, I'd carry it around with me in my pocket. I'd use it as heat to ward off the cold of hard days that are certain to come to me. I know they will. You're not truly happy when you feel happiness. When you're bored with happy days and don't even realize that you're happy, that's when you've achieved true happiness. You only truly feel happiness when you're in a freezing cold environment. That's the only time your heart can feel the warmth of even a small happiness. On my way to the bathroom, I saw a waitress and a customer arguing at the register. The customer was a woman. The waitress was trying to explain that the lady needed a ticket to get a seat because the restaurant was holding an event today. But the lady, saying she didn't know, was still trying to get a seat. After a while, the store manager was called and started apologizing to the lady.
It's your fault. You should have put a note outside that said we needed a ticket to come in or something. How do you expect me to know when there's no mention of it?
The lady's eyes met mine. I guessed who it might be when I heard the voice, so I was prepared.
Oh, Reina-chan! I didn't expect to see you here.
Oh, hello. What a coincidence.
I held out my hand for a high five. She gave me one.
Listen, Reina-chan. They're so mean. They're saying that I can't get a seat because I don't have a ticket.
It seems that way.
Well, I can't do anything about it, can I? I can still buy some cakes to take home, yeah?
Yes, of course. You can choose anything you want from our selection.
The store manager gave her a fake smile and led her to the showcase.
I like this one. I like this cute one. I think he likes simple ones like shortcakes. Hey, Reina-chan, what would you like?
What? Me? Are you buying me one? Oh.
You really like cakes, huh? You can get whatever you like.
Then, I don't know. I'll take a shortcake as well.
Really? There's so many other cute ones.
Everything looks so good, but shortcakes look the best.
No, the gamer. The text has not always been pink. It just switched to pink so that we would realize it was a different POV instead of Keiichi's.
Okay. Give me 2 shortcakes and 1 petite... Is it Trianon? Trianon?
Anyway.
We're taking them home.
She imitated the smile I usually made. I replied with the same big smile. Then I smelled the strong scent of her perfume and it made me sneeze. Oh, are you sick? Rina-san's perfume and I never seem to get along.
Now, eagle-eyed viewers might remember that this woman's name has actually been mentioned before in the past. But this is the first time we're meeting her. Business card. Rina, height 168 centimeters, B89, W60, H87. Hobbies. I'm interested in indoor gardening. I want to make tea with the herbs I grow. I always enjoy your funny and interesting stories. We should go out somewhere next time in private. Gentlemen's Club Blue Mermaid. Private manager, Rina Mamiya.
I don't want to see any sweets for at least 3 days. Ugh.
You tried a little too hard, Keiichi-kun.
Rena ate a massive amount of desserts too, but her stomach seemed to be just fine. I think girls have 4 stomachs, or at least an extra stomach for dessert.
What, Maya Fey moment?
It's very rude to say something like that to a lady. This is what you get for being rude.
Bam. Ow! Satoko had poked me very hard in my bloated stomach.
Ah! Stop it! Please don't poke my stomach! I'm gonna throw up! Satoko and Rika-chan grinned mischievously upon hearing that. A chill ran up my spine. Why were they smiling like that and walking towards me so gleefully?
No, not the aunt, DRA.
No, stop it! You cold-blooded demons!
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do you really think I'd let it slip away? Meep.
Your bloated tummy is in danger, Keiichi.
Your big wiggly tummy is so cute.
Stop it! Ah, no! Rena joined Satoko and Rika-chan in torturing me. We were still making a lot of noise outside the restaurant. I desperately blocked my stomach from their attacks, but someone else hit me from behind. Ow! Who is it?
Hello, hello. Nice to see you, Kei-chan and his funny friends.
Oh, Shi-chan. Hello. You weren't at the restaurant today, were you?
I'm working night shift today. I just changed after getting here.
How could you go outside the restaurant wearing that uniform?
What? I'm not embarrassed. Especially not since you had to walk around in a way more embarrassing costume the other day.
Ugh! Damn it! I was just getting over it. She had just reminded me that I'll never be able to get married.
Anyway, I heard you went crazy in the restaurant today.
We did. We had to, since it turned into a club activity, you know?
You made a big mess in there. It looks like Sis felt guilty, so she's helping the waitresses clean up the store now.
I still think we should help them clean.
Oh, don't worry about it. We can't let customers do that. Plus, me made most of the mess.
Yeah, that's right. Everybody nodded in agreement.
She told me to tell all of you guys that you don't have to wait for her. You can go home now.
No, we're going to wait. Right, everybody?
Rena asked for our agreement. Of course, we decided to wait without hesitation. Satoko, Rika-chan, and I all nodded along. Since we can't help her clean, that's the least we can do. While she says we can go home, I'm pretty sure she'd be sad if we really did leave.
Wow. Kei-chan, you grew up. I'm impressed.
He grew up all right. That's because we've been training him well, right? That's correct. Nipa.
Girls always band together when it comes to things like this. I hate girls. They get along so easily just because they're girls. In the end, we ended up making a lot more noise, even dragging Shion into the mess this time.
Shion, get back in here and help us clean. Where did you put the washcloths?
Oh no. I guess I'll have to go back to work now.
Mi-chan, do you think it's going to take a while?
What? Why are you still here? Are you waiting for this old man? Don't worry about me. Go on home already.
Mion looked happy to see us waiting on her, but she always says the opposite of what she thinks. I wonder when she'll grow up to be able to just honestly say thank you. We're friends, remember? We'll wait until you finish up.
I wish we could help you. I feel bad.
I told you, you don't have to wait for me. I'm going to wait for Shion to finish work tonight, then head to her house in Okinomiya afterward. So you don't really need to wait for me. I do appreciate it, though.
Are you sure? I still feel bad.
Yeah.
Me too, me too.
We have enough people, so really, don't worry about it. Go home before it gets too cold.
We understand. I hope you can finish cleaning soon. Go for it. Yay!
Whew! Thanks. Kei-chan, I trust you to escort the ladies home safely. Please protect them from assassins on their way home.
Looking around, I didn't see any ladies who needed an escort. I felt more like I was the one who needed protection. Anyway, we said our goodbyes, making it easier for us to end the day and go home.
Goodbye, Mi-chan. See you tomorrow.
Yep. See you tomorrow.
Alright, let's go then. We waved at Mion until she went back inside the restaurant, and after that, we all got on our bicycles and left Okinomiya. On the way home, we talked about how exciting it had been today, and it looked like everyone was still fired up. We had the horrifying punishment in the competitive eating contest, which turned into an unprecedented battle involving all the customers in the restaurant, and after that, everything got crazy and messy. At first, the waitresses didn't know what to do, but after a while, they ended up joining in. We had a blast.
That was wonderful. Did you see what Tomita and Okamura did? How amusing it was. I felt so sorry for Kameda and Irie.
So did I, but didn't you think my speech was great? Everybody in the restaurant was on my side after that.
Keiichi, you might have been somebody really important if you were born in a different era. What, this idiot? He's much too full of himself. An idiot will always remain an idiot, no matter when or where he's born. If he was born 100 years earlier, he might have gotten printed on bills. Money with Keiichi-san's face on it? How pathetic. They would only be worth 200 or 300 yen at most.
Satoko and Rika-chan kept up their continuous chatter. I was a bit tired after the day's events, so I just listened quietly.
Atsukan with the $50. Oh my gosh, thank you. I can almost never attend these live because of D&D, just ducking in real quick to say thanks. But thank you so much for the When They Cry playthrough series. You're so talented and put so much care into these. It really shows. Thank you again. Thank you. That's so sweet of you to say. I really appreciate it, and I hope you have a good D&D game. My D&D games are always on Sunday, so...
I was a bit tired after the day's events, so I just listened quietly. I noticed the wind was getting colder. Our shadows were getting longer as well. Satoko and Rika-chan still had a lot of energy left, but what about Rena? She'd been very quiet. Maybe she also had a stomachache from eating too much. I looked at Rena to see. However, I was wrong. Rena was... I didn't really know how to describe it. She looked very satisfied. She looked like she really did have that much fun. She looked like she was as happy as she could ever be. I could tell all that without her saying a word. When I looked at her, it made me realize that the word fun wasn't enough to describe what we did today. Seems like you had a lot of fun.
What about you, Keiichi-kun?
I had a blast too. I wish we could have as much fun tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow too.
I feel the same way. I wish from the bottom of my heart that the time we spent in the restaurant today would last forever.
Wow, that's kind of poetic.
Don't you agree, Keiichi-kun?
Rena didn't notice that I made fun of her. I might have been a little tactless. Suddenly I regretted having said it. I do. I totally agree with you.
But you know something? Today's not the only day that's filled with happiness.
A cool wind blew through her hair. She smiled at me, and for some reason she looked very mature. Her appearance made my heart skip a beat.
Every single one of our days in Hinamizawa is a wonderful, precious, and irreplaceable day full of happiness. Including the boring days when our club activities get cancelled.
Rena, you think about things in a very mature way.
No, I don't. Honestly, I'm still not done playing around yet. Maybe it's just because I'm still excited.
Rena laughed, and that made me laugh too. Satoko thought that we were laughing because we said bad things about her, and she started bugging me about it. Once again, we made a lot of noise like we always do.
Well, Satoko and I are taking this turn here. Rika, why not walk with them a little further and turn where the tobacco store is instead? Did you forget our nightlight burned out? Without that, it's too dark for us to sleep. Oh, that would be quite the problem. Oh, I see. You need to go to Makino-san's general store. And then I guess we'll say goodbye here. You'd better take this turn or you'll have to go the long way around.
Makino-san's general store? Oh, right, that's where it is. If they wanted to make a stop at the store before going back to the shrine, turning here would be the quickest way. Okay then. Bye, Rika-chan. Bye, Satoko. I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Farewell, Keiichi-san. Farewell, Rena-san. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Rika-chan and Satoko waved at us many times, then took the narrow path through the field. Once the noisy girls were gone, it went especially quiet all of a sudden. It even made me feel as if the sun had set in an instant. I could see my house by now, which everybody called the Maibara Mansion. I didn't notice it earlier because of how fired up we all were, but my stomach was about to burst. The growling in my gut felt like thunder. My body must have been paying the price for me acting like an idiot earlier. There was no way I was eating dinner that night. I'd need to tell my mom before she started cooking. But before anything, I had to get to the bathroom. My stomach was churning. Oh boy, it really didn't sound good. We got to the place where I'd always meet Rena in the morning and say goodbye in the evening. I really did have a lot of fun today.
Me too. Are you feeling okay, Keiichi-kun?
My stomach is growling. Guess I just need to get some rest.
You need to train your stomach, huh? Huh?
You ate about as much as I did. How'd you fit all that inside your tiny body?
That would be a woman's secret.
Rena giggled and tried to avoid giving me an answer. She'd probably hit me if I pressed her about it. If she punched me in the stomach, I'd throw up for sure. So I decided not to go any further. Goodbye, Rena. See you tomorrow.
Yes. See you tomorrow.
You know, I used to live in the city.
Yeah?
I never managed to enjoy each and every day like this before. But after moving to Hinamizawa, you know, I think I've found happiness.
I feel the same way. I moved to Hinamizawa a year ago. I can't believe I'm as happy as I am and spend every day having as much fun as I do.
I see. I'm sure tomorrow will be the same.
That's right. We had so much fun yesterday and today. So tomorrow will be the same.
With all the fun we have every day, I sometimes feel like I'm going to trip and fall sometimes. It kind of scares me.
You fall when you fall, no matter how careful you are. That's why I believe we have to enjoy every moment as much as we can.
You're right. We gotta enjoy every day as much as we can.
Well, it's probably time to go. Please say hi to your parents for me. Well, I still have a lot of energy left. Hello. So I'm gonna go treasure hunting.
What? Are you going there now? You sure are resilient. I'm impressed.
What about you? Would you like to come along? I found a new trash pile that I haven't dug up yet. I might find something totally cute in there.
I'm sorry, but I gotta pass. Besides, it looks like a storm's brewing. I think you should go straight home, too.
I usually find something cute when I've had a wonderful day like today. So I'm going there just for a few minutes.
I felt sick enough that I didn't feel like going with her. If I felt better, I would have gone treasure hunting with her for sure. She didn't want to go home yet because she didn't want the fun day to end. That's exactly how I felt, too. I understand. Bye, then. I hope you can find something cute.
Yep. Thank you. Bye-bye. Keiichi-kun waved over and over as if he didn't want to say goodbye yet. But after a while, he was gone. Well, I had to go too, because I was going to go treasure hunting. I love cute things. I had such a wonderful day today that I'm sure I'm going to get lucky at treasure hunting. I definitely will find some wonderful treasures. I pedaled my bicycle with determination. My house was nearby, but I took another street that led to the dam construction site. It might have been okay to go home just then, but I hesitated to go since I didn't want to be seen. I had so much fun today, and I wanted to continue feeling happy as long as I could. It was already getting late, but I felt like it was getting dark faster than usual. Just like Keiichi-kun said, the clouds in the sky were growing darker. It might start raining hard. But that doesn't mean I have to go home already. Stop it, Rena. You had so much fun today. You have to stay as happy as long as you can. I'm happy. I enjoy every day. Rena, say it. Say the magical words. How? Don't be embarrassed. You're not dumb or anything. I might be able to enjoy every day even more if I were dumb. If so, dumb is what I'd want to be. How? I'm going to find something so cute and take it home with me. There, I said it. I'm sure I can find something cute. As long as I believe it's cute, anything can be that way. I should fill my heart with happy memories of today and yesterday. I should look forward to the happiness I'm going to receive tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, too. I reached the dam construction site. A mountain of trash loomed before me. I parked my bicycle and walked down the mountain of trash and scrap. This place is my castle. It would be incredible if anyone else came to this mountain of trash. I've come here many times, and I usually stay for a long while, but I've never seen anybody walk by. This place is the village's blind spot. I heard that many people came here all the time during the dam wars, but it was abandoned after that. The villagers no longer needed to come here, and some people even forgot about it entirely. It seems like they dump trash here at midnight, but I've never seen a truck actually dumping trash at least. If they dumped new trash more often, it'd give me more time to kill. But it looks like it's not going to happen for a while. I walked down the slope of the trash pile, all the way down to the bottom, and headed behind another pile. Nobody ever comes here.
I've come here many times, and I usually stay for a long while, but nobody has ever come up to meet and mess up this place. Not even the other kids from my school come here. They all believe that the arm of the manager of the construction site's buried somewhere in the trash piles, and they also believe the whole place is haunted. They told me that a ghost with one arm still wanders around here, looking for his missing limb. Sadly, I haven't seen the ghost either. I'm not scared. In fact, I'd rather like to meet him. I wouldn't mind helping him find his arm. If he's feeling lonely, I'd want him to be my conversation partner. There's a station wagon buried in the trash pile. It doesn't have tires, but other than that, it still looks like a station wagon. This station wagon is my secret hideout. Unfortunately, the sliding door and rear doors don't open. So whenever I want to get in, I have to enter the car from the passenger seat and crawl into the back from there. Of course, I take my shoes off at the passenger seat. When you look at it from the outside, it's just a dirty, abandoned car. But on the inside, it's nice and clean, because I'd swept it out and decorated a little. That took me a long time. The back seats are lying flat, because I wanted to have as much space as possible. I found a mattress in the trash pile and put it into that space instead. It was a bit dirty, so I brought a bedsheet from home and covered the mattress with it. I put my favorite cushions on top, and with that, it had turned into a perfect bed. I've put cushions and stuffed animals everywhere. That's not all. Look at this. I have a bunch of sweets here, too. I have a bag of fruit candy in 4 different colors, and some cookies. But they're going bad. I'll have to throw them away. My bear-shaped water bottle was empty. When I come here to spend time on Sundays, I usually bring this water bottle with some sweetened tea in it. I have a box of tissues, a flashlight, extra batteries, and other daily necessities in here. I also have a few books to read in order to kill some time while I'm at it. And I have this. What do you think this is? Look! Ta-da! Ta-da! My hideout is suddenly lit up, thanks to the table lamp. There's also an electrical outlet on the side of the old nearby construction office. I thought they'd have cut the power years ago, but to my surprise, I was wrong. Electricity's still being supplied to the outlet. When I found tons of extension cords, I came up with the idea to connect them all and make the electricity come all the way to my hideout. Now I can spend time here comfortably with some books, sweets, books, and lights. If I wanted to, I might be able to spend a night here, but I may catch a cold since it gets very cold at night. See? This is a very nice hideout, isn't it? At first, I thought somebody would find it and mess with it, but that hasn't happened so far. That's because nobody comes here, and everybody forgot about this place. That's how this place became my perfect secret hideout. Fortunately, I ate so much today that I'm still full. I can tell them that I was playing with my friend at her house and ate dinner there. I'm going to stay here for a while and relax. And I'm going to treat myself. I loved the water gun battle yesterday. My heart had been pounding when I fought one-on-one with Cage-kun. I also had great fun at Angelmort today. I'd never experienced such a crazy game with so many people in my life. I was still feeling the after effects, and I was sure I'd have a dream about it tonight. That was why. I wanted to bask in these happy feelings. That was why I'm going to treat myself in here. I should take off my shoes and stretch my toes. I should cherish the time when I can be myself. Once I took off my shoes, I felt so relaxed that I didn't want to put them on again. I played all day today, and I was very tired. The treasure hunt could wait. As it got darker, the light of the table lamp became encouraging. It really was getting dark faster than usual. All of a sudden, I heard the sounds of raindrops hitting the roof of the car. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter, pitter-patter. The interval between drops got shorter and shorter. When it became a continuous sound, I began to hear thunder. Even though it was raining heavily, it remained very quiet inside the car, making me feel like I was in a different world. It's my castle, after all. I felt a bit cold, so I unfolded a big blanket and hid under it. I'm here alone, under the warm blankets that has my scent. Even though nobody knew where I was at the moment, and I feel like I was left alone in the heavy rain, I still feel secure and free from anxiety for some reason. I felt like this heavy rain was keeping my enemies away from my castle. I liked it that way. This place is full of small happiness. It's full of my favorite things. That's why I'm happy whenever I'm here. When I put another blanket over me, I felt as warm as if I were in bed. I listened to the soothing sounds of raindrops hitting the scrap iron and the trash heaps, and it made me feel sleepy. This is a castle of trash. This trash came here because nobody wanted it. This is where it lives. This is a country where unwanted refuse lives together. I felt like I fit in here. But at the same time, I knew it was just a temporary place for me, as there's somewhere I had to go back to. No, I shouldn't think about things like that. Whenever I realize that I don't belong here, I remember I'm in the middle of a very dirty pile of trash. I should just doze for a bit longer. Thinking is poisonous. I wanted to keep myself out of that poison so that the kind Rena within me could stay pure. A little bit longer. Just a little bit longer. And I closed my eyes.
God, I actually teared up reading that. Such good narration. Alright, here we go.
My mother was a very busy woman. The harder she worked, the more her work was valued, and she kept getting promoted. She sought to go higher and higher. She was always shining, and she was my hero. My mother started her career as a fashion designer at a small clothing factory in Okinomiya. My father was a designer too. They met through their jobs and soon got married. They lived in a small apartment in Okinomiya, but they moved to my grandma's house, our current house in Hinamizawa, when she got pregnant with me. We lived there until right before I went to elementary school. Now that I think about it, that was the happiest time of my life. I felt happy every day and believed without a doubt that tomorrow would be the same. I was so happy that I took it for granted and didn't even feel the happiness. I really did feel happy every day. I was small at that time and didn't really understand what was going on, but it seemed like the company my parents were working for was having financial difficulties. So my mother and a few other young designers started talking about leaving the company and going independent. After many things happened and the situation grew complicated, they got an offer to work at a big design firm in Ibaraki, and they took the offer. At the time, I heard my mother saying many difficult words like limited partnership and business alliance, but in short, what she wanted to do was move to Ibaraki. My mother and her peers were hired because their talent and experience made them immediate assets at their new company. However, my father wasn't one of them. Unfortunately, my father wasn't as talented as my mother was, so moving to Ibaraki meant that my father had to give up on being a fashion designer. My mother's new company had high expectations of her talent and promised her a responsible project. She didn't want to waste her growing talent and passion by living in a rural town like Hinamizawa, so my mother convinced my father to quit his job and move to Ibaraki to support her and help her build her career. Back then, moving meant that I had to say goodbye to my close friends. I didn't want to move, and I kept crying about it. After we moved to Ibaraki, my mother was a huge success. Not only did she have great leadership skills, she was full of energy, and I believe that she made the best use of her talents to succeed. She came home late every night and barely had any days off. When she had a big project, she often stayed entire nights at her office. But when she came home, she always looked fulfilled and wore a happy smile that she had never worn when she was in Hinamizawa. She was shining, and I remember I always wanted to shine like her when I grew up. On the other hand, my father wasn't doing so well. He couldn't find a job as a fashion designer, so he took a clerical job at a small company, but he kept changing positions. He couldn't use the experience that he'd cultivated, and it was very hard for him. But he was very understanding. He started to take care of things around the house for my mother, who got busier and busier, having one project after another. He cleaned up the house, did the laundry, and came to my school events. However, he couldn't cook. He did cook rice, but he always bought side dishes from a grocery store. We ate dinner without my mother more and more often.
I guess she's busy again.
Every time I said, she's busy again. Every time I said that, he always told me,
Your mother's working very hard, so let's support her, Reina.
that was what he always told me. I decided to help my father with the cooking. I thought it was a good idea to learn how to cook, since he wasn't good at it. Whenever my mother cooked, I helped her and tried to learn how to cook from her. She apologized for not having enough time to cook for us, but she was happy that I was learning. I think I wrote in my school yearbook that I wanted to be a clothing designer in the future, just like my mother. But apparently I lacked my mother's exceptional sense of style. She used to tell me, taste is something that you're born with, not something that you cultivate. I remember I was discouraged to be a designer because of that. That was why I decided to reach her by getting better at things she wasn't so good at, instead of trying to be like her. I wanted to be good not only at cooking, but also at doing things around the house, such as cleaning, doing the laundry, and grocery shopping. I remember my father was really happy that I did all that for him, because he wasn't very good at it at all. He couldn't find a job and spent a lot of time at home, so he seemed to enjoy spending time doing the housework with his daughter more than anything. I started to become better and better at filling in for my mother, and she started to get too busy to do any of the housework at all, and she moved on to a more responsible position at her job. She took me out to many places, as if to compensate for leaving me alone all the time. She used to say, "Let's go eat something delicious without telling your father," and took me out to a restaurant. She took me to a high-class restaurant and amusement parks. Sometimes it was only me and my mother. Sometimes it was with her friends from work. She took me to a beach barbecue one summer with those friends. I was introduced as her daughter, and every one of them pampered me. I still remember there was this one guy who particularly doted on me. He was a good-looking young man. I called him Uncle once and he got mad at me, who was nicely tanned with dyed brown hair. This young man often came with us when we went out. When my mother took me somewhere, she usually made several phone calls for her work during the day, and sometimes she took me out to a place where she could also do her work at the same time. So I didn't feel awkward when people from her work came with us. But I always preferred to be alone with her, so I was happier when we could do that. One day, she took me to a very high-end part of town. Of course, she always spoiled me whenever we went out. She bought me things and let me eat whatever I wanted. But she especially spoiled me on that day. She took me to many expensive-looking boutiques and accessory stores. She was about to buy me something, but I told her not to get it because it didn't look good on me. Without hesitation, she bought it anyway. I remember there were many zeros on the price tag. On that day, I realized my mother's design work had made her a very successful woman, and she was earning a lot of money. We took a break at a ridiculously expensive-looking restaurant that probably charged 1,000 yen for a glass of orange juice. My mother clapped her hands and spoke to me with a smile on her face. She asked, "Reina, would you like to make your dream come true?" When I was in kindergarten, my teacher gave students a topic to draw a picture of. The topic was my dream, and I drew myself eating a mountain of fruit parfait all by myself. What my mother meant to say was that she was going to make that dream come true for me. It was a normal day. It wasn't my birthday or anything, but since my mother always spoiled me when we went out together, I didn't feel awkward about it at all, and I accepted her offer with a happy smile. There were 5 or 6 fruit parfaits in front of me. I remember it looked exactly like the world I drew, and I felt like I was floating in that dream world. It was too much for us to finish, but when we dug our spoons into it as if it were playing in the mud, and we really enjoyed eating it together. It was my first time to experience getting full by only eating fruit parfaits, and I remember I was very happy. I enjoyed tasting the happiness and chatting with my mother.
Reina-chan, do you remember the man who went to the movie and had dinner with us last time?
Are you talking about Uncle Akihito? Oh, though I can't call him that or he's going to hit me.
Reina-chan, do you like Akihito-san?
I hate him. He always teases me.
That's because he likes you. You got along well with him at the barbecue.
Well, I get along with him every now and then.
Every now and then. My mother laughed. I didn't know why she brought up the subject, but I didn't really pay attention to it because I was too young. Now that I think about it, she was breaking the news. I just didn't notice it.
Reina-chan, who do you like better, your father or me?
You.
It wasn't that I hated my father or anything, but I thought giving her that answer was appropriate after she spoiled me so much.
If I said I'm going to live in another house, away from your father, which of us would you like to live with?
Huh?
I'm thinking about divorcing your father and getting married to Akihito-san.
At the time, my mother was a very successful woman. I didn't know this at the time, but she was drafted by a headhunter to work at a bigger company, where she was promoted to a higher and more responsible position,
one where she could bring out most of her talent. Of course, the position wasn't the only thing she gained. Compared to my father's low salary, my mother was earning enough money to support a family of 3 and still have some left over. Just a second. Okay, there we go. I kind of realized it from the way she spent money. The greater a position she achieved, the more she spent time with people at her level. All of them were bright and talented. Compared to them, my father might have looked unattractive to her. I liked Uncle Akihito, but I liked him as one of my mother's friends, not in the same way I liked my father. I liked my father and my mother equally, so it was very shocking to me that my mother wanted to divorce him. I felt as if the ground below me was beginning to crack. That expression, I realized, actually fit my situation very well. I had to choose which side of the cracked ground I wanted to stand on. My mother told me to live with her, at her new house. Her new house meant the house Uncle Akihito lived in. I thought a house was a sanctuary for a family. I believed that a house was a holy place where strangers couldn't easily enter. That was why I couldn't believe her. How could she let a stranger invade such a holy place so easily? Why do you hate my father? My mother looked down and didn't answer. I asked her another question. Why can't you stay with my father? I think that was the hardest and the most heartbreaking of all questions for my mother to answer. In short, my mother had cheated on him. She loved another man who was more attractive than my father. It was just that and nothing more. I knew more than anybody that it wasn't my father's fault. First of all, he decided to move from Hinamizawa to support my mother as much as he could. For him, nothing good had come from that. Actually, I think he had a very tough time since we moved to Ibaraki. But he volunteered to be her support and tried very hard to do that. I thought my mother appreciated his support. So, I took her decision as a betrayal. I told her that I disagreed with everything, including their divorce. I said it very loudly and made everybody in the store jump. Sure, continue your relationship with Uncle Akihito, but don't divorce my father. I feel bad for him. I feel terrible for him. He's been doing nothing but supporting you patiently this whole time. How could you do such a cruel thing to him? I screamed as loud as I could. Then my mother answered, "It's too late."
Why? You haven't talked with my father about this, have you? It's not too late.
I'm pregnant. I don't know whether my mother actually told him about the divorce in person. A middle-aged woman who called herself a lawyer came to the house several times to talk to my father on my mother's behalf. She sometimes called him, too. My father begged the lawyer to let him speak directly to my mother many times, but it never happened. I could tell by the way they talked that he had no clue when my mother told him she wanted a divorce. Well, again, I'm not even sure if she told him in person. The lawyer told him not to meet my mother, not to call her at work, and many other things, too. To top it all off, she told him not to see my mother ever again. He wanted to talk to her. He called some of their mutual friends, but he only found out the name of the guy she was having an affair with and nothing more. He asked me,
Do you know the guy?
I told him, I do. I also told him that he was a funny guy and had given me candy many times. I'll never forget how he looked when I told him that. He hit me for the first time. He hit me so hard that his handprint stayed on my cheek for a while. Then he fell on the floor and cried loudly. And then I started to cry too. I didn't cry because he hit me. Uncle Akihito was kind to me, so I liked him and talked to him out of courtesy. No, that wasn't it. Girls had to be kind to everybody. That's what I thought. But I was wrong. I learned in this world that there are people you should be nice to, and enemies you shouldn't be nice to. The enemies are the ones who would destroy my life with their very existence. Whether they mean to harm me or not doesn't matter. They're like weeds growing in a flower bed. Dandelions are innocent, but they take all of the nutrition for the tulips from the soil. That's why we have to pull them out. The dandelions did nothing wrong, but they're the enemy. Enemies are bad people. That guy was a bad person. I shouldn't have accepted him. I should have rejected him with everything I had. By doing so, I might have been able to disrupt their relationship. By doing so, I might have been able to make my mother feel like their relationship wasn't going to work. If I tried to do so, my parents wouldn't have had to break up. My father and I cried together.
but we cried for different reasons. He must have cried because it happened so fast and didn't make any sense to him. I cried because I regretted that I let it happen when I had the chance to prevent it. My father stroked my cheek and opened his mouth to apologize, but he couldn't speak and just cried with me. One day, the lawyer let me see my mother. My mother asked me to live with her at the house again. I didn't know what to say, so I just kept looking down and listened to her apologies. My father knew that I was going to see my mother on that day, so he handed me a letter and told me to give it to her. I don't know what he wrote in that letter, but for some reason, I was able to imagine what kinds of things he wrote when I felt it through the envelope. After all, the letter inside the envelope had a rough surface. He must have been crying while writing the letter, and his tears made the letter all wrinkled when it dried. My mother took the letter from me, told me that she'd read it later, and was about to put it in her bag. I stopped her and told her to read it there. I wanted to see how she was going to take the last words that my father had left to her. But my mother didn't read it. She told me she wanted to read it alone later, and she put it in her bag. At that time, I realized, no, it was more than that. I should say, I knew, because it was so obvious. I knew that my mother was lying. She had no intention of reading my father's letter. She was going to throw it away after I was gone, but she lied just because she wanted to seem like a nice person in front of me. The slight curl in her eyebrows and lips told me more clearly than anything else. At that moment, I finally knew something else. The guy she was having an affair with wasn't the only bad person. My mother was also a bad person. Since that moment, the existence of my mother disappeared from my world like dry ice evaporating. I didn't have to hesitate about whom to live with anymore. I don't want to go to your house. The Ryugu house is my home. I don't want to see you anymore. Please don't even call me. But Reina, if you live with your father, you won't have... At that moment, I hated my name for the first time in my life. Please, don't call me Reina ever again. I have to go now. Goodbye. Those were my last words to my mother. No, to the woman who used to be my mother. After that, I spent many days without feeling anything. I didn't know if the days were long or short. I didn't know what season I was living in. It was supposed to be nothing out of the ordinary, not having my mother around. But every time my father saw things that reminded him of her, like her toothbrush, her teacup, or her favorite books, he shed tears, which left me frustrated. That's why I decided to completely remove her belongings from the house. I roughly threw her things into a black trash bag. I started to do so frantically. By the time I knocked down her wardrobe, threw her music box hard on the floor, and broke her mirror, my mind was already not working properly. When I try to remember what happened after that, I feel disoriented. That's because the pills the doctor gave me back then made me feel disoriented and lethargic every time I took them. It seems that dullness hit me especially hard, since every time I try to remember that time, it makes me feel disoriented and lethargic, just like the pills made me feel. I destroyed everything that smelled like my mother, but the thing I wanted to destroy the most might have been myself. Even after I threw all of her belongings away, I still couldn't stop feeling regret, and I decided to blame myself in the end. Maybe I was thinking that I wanted to do damage to her reputation and successful life by destroying her daughter, destroying myself, when I was about to reach that very last resolution. Oyashiro-sama came to me. Oyashiro-sama told me to go back to Hinamizawa. Yes, all of this was because of the curse. Oyashiro-sama brought a curse upon the Ryugu family because we broke his rule and abandoned Hinamizawa. After I figured that out, everything started to make sense to me. All the crazy things that happened after my mother was gone. The curse of Oyashiro-sama did all of that to us. It was Oyashiro-sama's voice that was telling us to come back to Hinamizawa. That's right. We should have stayed in Hinamizawa. Everything went crazy because we moved. We had to go back to Hinamizawa. I started feeling disoriented again, and a dull pain rang through my head. It might be a scream from within me telling me not to push myself too hard to remember any further. The house where we used to live in Hinamizawa was still there,
My grandma already passed away, and the house was the only property she left for us. I remembered that I used to live in Hinamizawa, but all I remembered was that it was a village that I used to live in right until before I went to elementary school. I remembered the atmosphere of the village, too, but that was all I remembered. I forgot the streets and even the names of close friends I used to play with. The neighbors knew that the son of the deceased woman had come back divorced, but they didn't know us and we didn't know them, so it was almost like we moved to a new place. However, as far as I was concerned, it still was my hometown that I had to come back to. At first, everything was inconvenient compared to life in Ibaraki, and it was hard for both of us to adjust. But we renovated the old house, and it was only me and my father. Life here seemed to make my father forget his pain from the divorce. Michan was very kind to me, and I started to get used to my new life too. I did everything around the house, and we gradually went back to a time when we used to live happily. Anybody can live a happy life. People sometimes say that some people are born to be unhappy, but I believe that's just an excuse for people who don't even want to try. I won't give in to fate. I'll never give up trying to recapture the happy times that I lost. I'm going to become happy to the point where I don't even feel the happiness anymore. I'm not going to cry anymore. I'll never cry again. I used up all of my tears on that night my father hit me. The curse of Oyashiro-sama is over because we came back to Hinamizawa, so I'm going to have a happy life from now on. All of a sudden, big raindrops hit the roof of the car, and I recovered my senses. It was still raining hard. It had already gotten dark outside. The shadows the table lamp created were very dark, and it looked as if there's nothing else around me. If I turned off this light, would everything in this world disappear? I turned off the light. Darkness swallowed me. But the cold air and the sound of rain didn't change a bit, and that made me realize I was still in this world. The curse of Oyashiro-sama. Did the curse of Oyashiro-sama do those crazy things to my family? Or did I convince myself it did as an excuse for myself, because I didn't want to feel guilty about the divorce? Sometimes, I'm not sure. Since that time, Oyashiro-sama hasn't come to me. I sometimes feel like it was a delusion I created because I was mentally ill. But he did come at that time. I'm sure about that. Am I right, Oyashiro-sama? I was unhappy after I left Hinamizawa, but I came back and I'm happy now. But where am I supposed to go now that I'm unhappy in Hinamizawa? Where? Stop it, Rena. Don't think that you're unhappy. I am happy. I'll be happy. I can definitely be happy. Suddenly, I felt as if this darkness swallowed me. I'd never be able to be happy again. I found the switch of the table lamp and turned it back on. When I looked at the clock, it was already past 11 p.m. I had to go home. I wouldn't have time to prepare my lunch for tomorrow. At least, I'd have to set the timer on the rice cooker. It didn't look like the rain was going to stop anytime soon. I looked out of the window to see the rain, but could only see my reflection. I talked to that reflection in the window. I'm so glad that my father is happy. He'd been acting like he was dead for a long time. The smile on his face is a good sign that he's regaining his former happy life. He became miserable because of me. That's why I don't mind doing things for him until he regains his smile and we become truly happy. When I stay here alone for a while, it gives him some time to be alone with her. Plus, I don't have to fake a smile. But then, my reflection in the window tells me, Rena, you're such a good girl. You're kind to everybody and love them equally. You can make anybody like you. But did you forget something? In this world, there are people you should be kind to, and enemies that you have to reject with all you've got. I thought you learned that lesson. No, don't listen to her. My reflection is always mean. She always says mean things to me and makes fun of my worries. But she always tells me things that I can't say myself. Let's go home, Rena. To your home. Forget about the mean Rena in the mirror. I was a bit hungry by then. After all, the desserts I ate, I still got hungry. I almost forgot. Rina-san bought me a shortcake. I'd never had a shortcake from Angel Mort, but I bet it'll taste good. I'll have to give my thanks to Rina-san the next time I see her. Rina-san speaks in a way that makes it very clear how she grew up, but I'm sure she's a good person. That's because she's so good to my father. I did everything I could to make my father smile, but I failed. On the other hand, Rina-san can put a big smile on his face so easily. I have to thank Rina-san. I have to thank her for cheering up my father. But I don't know why. I just don't like her perfume.
Jeez. Thanks, Steam. My summer vacation picture diary.
Today I went to a swimming pool with my mom. Uncle Akihito came with us too. I don't like him because he's sometimes mean to me, but he's a very kind and funny old man. He told me to call him Daddy for that day because he was going to play with me at the pool like he was my daddy. My mom called him Daddy, so I did too. Uncle Akihito looked very happy and gave me a lot of money. My mom looked very happy, and it made me happy too. I want to play with him again. I hope my dad can come with us next time.
Premonition of rainy days. I opened the window, placed my cushion nearby, and prepared to enjoy the weather. But she came over and disrupted my peaceful evening. She always ruins my time of solitude. You look pleased. Oh, that's right. You ate lots of your favorite sweets today. This girl loves sweets more than anything. I like them too, but I can't eat like she does. It'd give me heartburn if I ate the amount she ate today. She seemed to be very happy, so I'll leave her alone for a while. I'd been making my favorite hot and salty food for the past few days, so she must be quite pleased today. It was a very fun day for me, too. I just wanted to enjoy the memory of the excitement I felt today by sitting here quietly, enjoying the sunset. But when I looked up at the sky, I saw some thick clouds forming there. The wind was a bit cooler than usual. It might start raining soon. People say that when deep-sea animals come up to the shallows, it's a sign of a big earthquake or a tsunami. We saw a very rare fish that dwells in deep water in the shallows today. Just as the ancient stories of sea monsters say, people hate deep-sea animals and tend to interpret them as omens of disaster. It didn't matter if they showed up alive or dead. I said something interesting just now. Even if they showed up alive or dead. It was an omen of disaster. Oh, it might start raining soon. Yeah, I know. You don't have to tell me. I'll get the laundry. I grabbed a basket and went outside to take the laundry in. The clouds were getting darker. I normally like rain, but I didn't think I'd enjoy it today. For what it's worth, Atropos, I know that, obviously showing the name is something that the original version of the VN doesn't do, but the previous tip that was in this POV said something about Satoko being nearby anyway, so I think it's fairly safe to assume that it's Rika.
Hey, good morning, Rena. You're late today.
You're just early today, Keich-kun.
I'm not trying to put aside the fact that I'm always late, but it feels good to defeat you once in a while.
Oh, I slept in this morning. I couldn't sleep last night.
Oh, you too? Same here. I was still feeling yesterday's uproar. It took me a long time to go to sleep. Yesterday I had a lot of fun with my friends and went home still riding that high. I was too full to eat dinner. I kept talking with my parents about the great time I had over the past few days. I was so pumped up that I couldn't go to sleep. Kinda sounds like I'm a little kid. But given that Rena seemed to be the same way, I felt better about it.
Arhabaki Gaming with the $5. But if coming Satoko is at the end, it recontextualizes the whole thing where you do the mental math. I agree with Atropos for the most part. Yeah, I that's fair. I think that's fair enough.
No, I felt better isn't the right way of phrasing it. I should say, I'm glad to know that we shared the same feeling. Rena went treasure hunting after I left. I'm sure she found many adorable things, went home, and talked with her parents about how great the day was.
Hey, Mi-chan. Good morning.
Oh, you're here early. Better watch out for pigs falling from the sky.
I know I usually make you wait for me, but do you really have to say it like that?
Kate-kun was unusually early this morning. Today's full of miracles.
You're one to talk yourself.
It's gonna be another happy day today. I had fun the day before yesterday. I had fun yesterday. So I'm gonna have fun today for sure. I'm happy, and Mion is happy too. Of course, Rena and my other friends are equally happy. I'm not afraid to say it, and I wish these happy days would last forever. Hey, Mion, what are we playing today?
What, for club? I don't know yet. Rena, do you have any ideas?
Let's see. We've been playing athletic games for the past few days, so I'd say something not athletic.
You're right.
Sorry for the noise. I had to move my desk. Or, well, move from my desk, rather.
You're right. That's a very good point. Our club's not only about athletic performance, is it?
Of course it's not. Our club members have to have brains, skill, and brawn to boot. So why don't we play some tabletop games today?
Everybody was early this morning. We could enjoy our walk to school for once. After a while, we started talking about the upcoming festival. They told me that the festival was called Watanagashi and that it's the biggest event of the year in Hinamizawa.
Yesterday, my relatives gathered at my house in Okonomiya, and they started talking about you, Kei-chan.
What? Me? What did the great people of the Sonozaki family talk about?
Well, my uncle Yoshido's the store manager of Angel Mort, and he saw your performance yesterday. He really likes you now. So I started asking the others if they'd heard of you, and I found out that most of them did.
Oh, shit. I did not mean to open a tab on the side. Don't do that. Okay, there we go.
They said you're famous in Hinamizawa.
Famous? Doesn't sound like they mean it in a good way. I'm probably more infamous to them because of the punishments you make me do.
It's not only that. They said that you blend in well, that you're full of energy, and that you're a little bit reckless. They said it's rare for a young man in this era to have all those qualities. They were very impressed with you.
I felt a bit embarrassed to know that people I haven't even met were speaking well of me.
And so they want you to do something at the Watanagashi Festival. You like to draw people's attention, don't you?
Hey, don't assume things and don't decide anything without me. Don't you know I'm a quiet, lonely guy who loves to be alone?
Lonely guy? You mean lone boy, don't you? Lone boy, rather.
Oh, Kate-kun being a lone boy. If you're having trouble with money, we can help you. Oh...
Whoa! Stop talking about nasty things! Ladies don't talk about things like that! We really were still feeling the after effects of yesterday. Mion and I made a lot of noise teasing each other on the way to school. Rena watched us and laughed happily. Satoko and Rika-chan were already there when we arrived at school. They were also full of energy. Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun were too. From that, I can tell they also had a good time yesterday. Everybody's been having a good time, really. In Hinamizawa, everybody is happy. Hasn't even been a year yet since I moved here, but...
What is it?
Well, I'm just glad that I moved here.
What's wrong, Kei-chan? You're being sentimental.
I understand. I understand exactly how you feel. You feel like everything's perfect, that you've become happy since you moved to Hinamizawa. I think this village has some kind of power to make people feel that way.
Are you happy, Rena?
Yes, I'm happy every day here in Hinamizawa.
Yeah, me too.
Hey, don't leave this old man out in the cold. Let me in on the conversation, too.
The sky was clear, and a few thin clouds were pure white. The cry of the cicadas was telling me that summer would be coming earlier than usual. Watanagashi is just around the corner. I'm sure we'll have great fun at the festival, too. There will be more and more fun days to come, I'm sure of it. Summer's just around the corner.
The last class of the day was finally over, meaning that it was time for club activities. I was sure that it would be fun. I couldn't wait. But then Mi-chan received a call and told us something had come up, and she had to go. So we didn't have a club meeting today. I was really looking forward to it. There was nothing I could do, but I could at least chat with Keiichi-kun on the way home. It'll be fun. Keiichi-kun sometimes says mean things, but he's very funny. When I chat with him, my depression goes away. Wait, what did I just say? Am I depressed? I have so much fun every day, and I'm as happy as I can be. What did I have to be depressed about? Well, it was obvious. Because of Rina-san, my father's happy now. Before he met her, he was like a lamp in broad daylight. Honestly, he was like the living dead. But after he met Rina-san, he started to smile like he used to when he was living with my mother. He enjoyed talking with her and started going out with her. You could probably say they went on dates. Now he looks 20 years younger. Rina-san gets along with my father very well, and she's very kind to me, too. There's actually no reason for me to hate her, but the bitter memories of my parents' divorce and my many regrets were gradually eating away at my heart. Was it okay to accept that woman? Rina-san might be the same as how Uncle Akihito turned out to be. Is she the enemy who takes my happiness away with her very existence? With or without bad intentions? Am I going to sit around until everything collapses again? Should I fight the enemy before it's too late? Rina-san comes to my house a little too obviously. Since my father started letting her stay the night, many of her belongings have turned up in the house. My father and I don't smoke, but there's an ashtray in the living room. The futon in our guest room is hers now. In the bathroom, there's a toothbrush and shampoo I'd never choose to buy. I started to feel awkward about those things, and that's when I started noticing it at the front door when I came home from school. Her perfume. I asked my father once if he was thinking about getting married to Rina-san. He looked a little embarrassed, perplexed, and confused. He told me, not yet. He knew I was hurt by the divorce. That's probably why he couldn't admit that he wanted to remarry. That's why he said, not yet. He'd consider it, but not while I was still living with him. That's what he meant, I guess. There's only one reason why I don't want him to get remarried to Rina-san. I feel offended that my sanctum, my family, is being invaded. I might be being selfish, though. I know keeping my father all to myself means keeping him miserable like he was before he met Rina-san. He has a life to live, too. It's his right to heal from the pain from the divorce and to live, to find his new love. He wouldn't have to have gone through that painful life if I'd prevented the divorce from happening in the first place. He had a right to a happy new life that lets him forget the pain he never deserved, and I don't have any right to stop him. In fact, I have an obligation to try to return his happiness to him. I have to pay for my sin, my inability to prevent his divorce. Then, what should I do to make both of us happy? It wouldn't be that difficult. All I'd need to do would be to give my silent approval of their relationship. My father tells me he won't get remarried while we live together. That means I should stop leaning on my family, be strong, and live on my own as soon as I can. Although that doesn't mean I can tell him not to go out with her until that day. Rina-san comes to our house and to see him despite her busy schedule, and she even stays the night whenever her shift permits. They're adults. I have no right to say anything against that. That's why I chose to give my silent approval to their relationship, and tried to see her as little as I could. I get along with Rina-san on the surface. I know my father would have a hard time keeping face if we didn't, but it's very exhausting and a painful thing to get along with a person I don't really like. So whenever Rina-san comes over, I spend as much time as possible outside, then head home late.
That's very fair, Iore. Take care of yourself.
Mi-chan's club activities are the most convenient things to do to kill time, but there are some days we don't have a club meeting. On those days, I while away my time at the garbage dump, hunting for treasure alone. And that's how I started to make my secret hideout. My father can do whatever he wants with Rina-san at home. I don't have to see them together. I can spend my time peacefully at my hideout. I sometimes feel depressed about my life. I sometimes want to talk to somebody about it. But nothing will change, even if I talk to somebody. This is all I can really do. The most important thing for me should be to overcome the sadness of losing my family as fast as I could, and to regain my own happiness. I have so much fun every day. I'm happy every day. Even on the way home, Keiichi-kun was talking about funny things that made me laugh. My feeling gloomy in spite of that was kind of rude. My father should be happy. I should be happy. I just feel sad because I still can't separate from my father. Compared to the unexpectedness of the divorce, Rina-san's invasion is a very slow process. I think Rina-san understands how I feel. She treats me very kindly, but she doesn't do more than that. I think she understands that I'd feel uncomfortable if she did. I respect Rika-chan because she's strong even without her parents. Compared to the pain of losing both her parents unexpectedly, my problem is like nothing. I respect Satoko-chan's toughness too. She also lost her parents and was forced to live a painful life under her uncle and aunt. Compared to the cruel treatment she had to go through, my relationship with Rina-san is a blessed one. I keep feeling anxious, but that's just because I'm still immature, and because I feel like I'm not ready to separate from my father. I have to be strong like Rika-chan and Satoko-chan. I have to try my best to be happy. I'm going to live with all my might, in order to regain the peace of mind that I lost that day. My assumption that I'm not happy is just a mistake. I should appreciate the wonderful days I spend with my wonderful friends. Just by realizing that I'm happy, the world shines so brightly.
Listen, listen. It was just so cute, so I screamed, "I'm taking it home with me."
I bet you did. You're an expert at making the most out of every day.
I am, aren't I? I feel very fortunate to have a wonderful life and wonderful friends. How could I be unhappy?
You're right. In Hinamizawa, nobody becomes unhappy. Everybody stays happy. Hinamizawa is free from misfortunes.
He should have stopped right there, but he just kept going.
I'm jealous of you, Rena. I wish I could be an idiotic optimist like you.
Oh, it sounds like you're insulting me. But if that's what I need to make every day wonderful, I wouldn't mind. Would I?
I don't have any worries. I feel like I do, but that's just because I'm immature and I still want my father's attention. Come on. Say the magical words. It'll cheer you up.
How?
It didn't make sense to say it now, but I was going to say it anyway, because this is my magical phrase that always cheers me up.
How? I'm taking it home with me.
What's wrong with you? That's so like you, but still.
That's right. This is me, Rena. I'm not Reina. Reina still wants her parents' attention. Rena is a goofy and carefree girl. She knows that every day is full of happiness, and she has the kind heart to appreciate it too. I should forget about icky things. I should live in a wonderful life free of anything icky. Icky starts with I, and that's why I got rid of the I in Reina. I'm Rena. I'm going to recapture the happiness I lost when I left Hinamizawa. I'll overcome any pain and hardship. I can be happy because I got rid of icky things. I'm sure there are only incredible things waiting for me. Oh, incredible starts with I too. I was almost home, and when my house appeared, I noticed something different there. There was a truck parked in front of my house. There was nothing on the back of it, but I can tell it brought something here, because I saw some cardboard boxes, blankets, and ropes on the ground. From the front of the house, I heard voices of two young men saying, "Well, we'll be going now." They passed by me as I walked towards the front door. They were wearing some kind of work uniforms. They looked like delivery people. My father was about to close the door when he noticed me.
Hey, I'm home. What's going on?
Oh, Reina, I have a surprise for you.
My father looked to be in a good mood. I didn't know why he was, but whenever he smiled like that, I just wanted to smile back at him. His eyes used to look like those of a dead fish, no matter how hard I tried to smile at him. But these days, he could put on a big smile just to surprise me. He's been literally coming back to life since a year ago, when we moved back to Hinamizawa. No, since he started dating Rina-san. When I see him smile like this, I'm happy, but at the same time I feel confused because I don't know whether I should thank Rina-san or not.
Look, doesn't it look great?
He took me to the living room. He was probably expecting me to go all ooh and ah. So whether there was something in the living room or not, I was ready to go ooh and ah for him. Wow. What is this? What did you do? I tried to sound excited and surprised. He was standing behind me, probably smiling with satisfaction at hearing my excited voice. I, on the other hand, was desperately trying to understand what was going on. For a moment, I thought I was in someone else's house. You see, this living room had been completely redecorated. The furniture we had was all basically from the former house in Ibaraki. My parents bought most of the furniture when they got married, so it was all old and a little dirty. Some of them still had crayon scribbles I drew when I was little, very little. But all of it was gone. Everything in the living room had turned a pastel color, looking very sophisticated like the rooms you'd see in soap operas. The new carpet looked very tropical. The new curtains matched with the carpet. The new sofa looked very expensive. The living room, in general, looked like a resort hotel. The channel switcher of our old TV was broken, and we used to have to use pliers to change channels, but it was gone too, replaced by a new one with a big screen. The room's lights have been replaced by nicer looking ones. The living room looked like a totally different world under the new fluorescent lights. This looks great, Dad. What made you do this?
I did it to get a fresh start. It's been a year since we moved here. I thought it was time for me to reboot and finally start a new life.
I suggested redecorating the house once in order to cheer him up, because he was still in pain after the divorce. But he wasn't interested at the time. He didn't want to get rid of the old furniture he'd chosen with my mother, because he still couldn't get over her, even though she cruelly broke up with him. I wanted to suggest it again when the time was right. I never thought he'd do it of his own initiative. That was a good idea. This beautiful living room makes me feel refreshed. I love it.
I knew you would. Reina, you always wanted to have a rocking chair, didn't you? I haven't set it up yet, but look, I got it for you.
Oh, Dad, thank you. This is mine, right? Right?
Hey, this is for everybody, not just for you, Reina.
I understand, but I'm not going to get off the chair once I sit on it. My father explained the details of his redecoration proudly. He told me that he only did the living room this time, but he's going to redecorate all of the rooms. He sure had become more active. There are some parts about the redecoration that I didn't like, but I still thought it was great because it made him happy. I found the old furniture outside in the yard. Are you going to throw them away?
Yeah, I think we should. A delivery company's coming later to pick them up.
Getting rid of the old furniture means putting an end to my mother. I hated the furniture because it smelled like my mother, and I tried to break everything once. I understand why my father wants to take this opportunity to get rid of them. But for some reason, this new living room makes me feel like I no longer belonged here. My father didn't choose the new furniture. Rina-san probably did. Most likely, my father and Rina-san decided to redecorate the living room and went to a furniture store to buy everything. I tried to think positively. The reason why my father didn't tell me about the redecoration was probably because he wanted to surprise me. No, my father never really considers things that deeply. So I suppose he didn't tell me because he didn't think he needed to tell me. I'm sure he didn't redecorate the living room to make me feel like I was no longer welcome. Don't be negative, Rena. My father didn't have any bad intentions. He doesn't want to get rid of me. He doesn't think I'm the reason he can't get remarried. And yet, why did I feel sad, looking at the old furniture in the yard? Why did I feel like I didn't belong? I realized the reason right away. That reason was me. To him, wanting to have a fresh start by getting rid of the things that reminded him of my mother might be an indication of his unconscious desire to get rid of her daughter. My father doesn't really consider things deeply, so he might not be thinking that I'm the reason he can't get remarried. But he understands that he can't get remarried while we live together. By staying with him, I'm torturing my father. It was my fault that he had to get a divorce. That's why I have to support him, to help recapture his happiness. I couldn't just keep him all to myself.
I'd have to start thinking about living on my own. I don't need to go to university. I should think about getting a job. But who would hire an uneducated girl like me? Even if somebody did hire me, I wouldn't be able to earn enough money to live on my own. Maybe I should think about working at a hostess club, like Rina-san does. People only choose the jobs they can. A girl like me doesn't have a lot of choices. Not a lot of companies would hire me or pay the amount of money that I'd need to live on my own. But, come to think of it, where is the place where I belong? Whenever I end up feeling like this, I miss my secret hideout in the trash piles. I love to get under my blanket and feel the warmth on a cold night. The hideout gets hot and humid during the day and very cold at night. It's not a comfortable place to spend time in, but it might be the place where I can relax the most, more than I can at my house. No, I shouldn't think like this. I shouldn't think that my house has been invaded by Rina-san. I should thank her for making my father happy. Rina-san isn't trying to kick me out of the house. She's trying to get along with me. But I'm not opening my heart to her. I'm the bad one. I'm the bad one. And I'm blessed. I'm blessed. Satoshi-kun and his aunt didn't get along at all, and she abused him for a long time. Compared to him, my situation is a lot easier. Satoko-chan and Rika-chan lost their parents, and they live together now. They've been through very hard times. On the other hand, I still live with my father. I should feel blessed. I shouldn't think I'm unhappy just because of these things. I am happy. I am blessed. The trouble with me is that I still can't admit that I'm happy. My father kept talking proudly about the redecoration. I nodded at him with a big smile and let him keep at it.
Oh, I almost forgot. Reina, can I ask you a favor?
Sure. What is it?
I ordered 2 jackets from the clothing store. It seems like they came in today. I have to help the delivery company pick up the furniture, so can you go get the jackets for me?
Sure. Which store is it? I wonder what kind of jackets you got. I can't wait to see them.
No matter what they look like, I'm sure Rina-san picked them out for him. Although I don't mind going. I'd rather go to the store than listen to his stories about the redecoration of our living room. I got the receipt, asked him where the store is, changed my clothes, and left the house. I started pedaling my bicycle, and looked at the old furniture in the yard for the last time. They used to be the object of my hatred, but for some reason, they now made me feel sentimental. Is it because I still regret the loss of my mother, even though I hate her? I couldn't let poisonous emotions take over my heart. I understood that in my mind, but I just couldn't get rid of that feeling. The old furniture wasn't the only stuff that was kicked out of the house. There was also a lot of junk that I had brought home from the landfill. My father was probably going to throw that away too. He doesn't like the junk I collect. He'll probably let the delivery company take it all together with the old furniture. Just like an animal that rubs its scent on its home in order to feel secure. I collected all the junk in order to make sure that I could stay here. No, that's not it. I wanted to bring them to my house because they were abandoned by their former owners, and they needed a place to live.
Jeez. Rena.
The store where my father ordered the jackets from is a fancy boutique. It's hard to believe that my father would shop at a store like this on his own. I could tell right away that Rina-san took him here. I handed over his receipt to the cashier. A short time later, the store manager came out wearing a perplexed look.
Ryugu-sama, I'm very sorry, but it seems like the truck carrying your jackets is stuck in traffic. It should be here soon, though.
He said that the driver called a while ago, told him he just got off the highway, and would be here in about an hour. I didn't need to know all the details, but he explained them to me anyway. I asked him if I should come back tomorrow. He insisted that I should wait because the truck would be coming shortly, and he urged me to take a seat on their sofa. But I didn't really feel comfortable waiting there, so I told him I'd be back soon and left the store. I wondered if there are any fast food restaurants nearby. I might have to go all the way back to the station. I looked around and found a coffee house. The glass on the door was black, so I couldn't see inside. But there was a poster saying the price for a cup of tea is lower than normal for women on weekdays. I'd just be going to get a cup of tea to kill some time. It should be okay. But still, I hesitated to go inside before opening the door. Her first impression of the coffee house was the smell of cigarettes. It's normal for coffee houses to be filled with cigarette smoke. It's like a requirement. but Rena still regretted her decision. While she was thinking about leaving, the proprietor spoke to her brusquely and showed her to a table. Rena gave up on the idea of leaving and sat down. The atmosphere in the shop was far from a clean, normal coffee house where you would go simply to enjoy coffee and cigarettes. It was more like a place where vulgar people would hang around. Rena didn't feel comfortable at all, but what bothered her the most was the laughter of a man and woman sitting together in the very back of the shop. Her table was behind a planter, so depending on how one looked at it, one could say she was in the spot most protected from their laughter. But Rena looked as though she wanted to leave as soon as she finished her tea. The bell hanging from the entrance door rang, letting her know a customer just came in. It was a little surprising for her that a coffee shop like this could draw in so many customers. Rena peeked at the newcomers from behind the planter. There were 2 of them. They looked like vulgar men, the kind of people you didn't want to get involved with the instant you saw them. The proprietor tried to show them to a table, but they ignored him and walked towards the back. They walked up to the couple who had been laughing loudly and greeted them with a bow.
Hey, you finally made it. Sit down.
The couple stopped laughing, and the man told the newcomers to sit down in a threatening tone of voice. As instructed, the 2 of them took a seat.
So, what happened? We're very sorry. We tried to...
Cut it, dipshit. Just hand it over.
The 2 of them looked at each other before they each took an envelope out of their pockets and put it on the table. The man roughly grabbed the 2 envelopes and tore one of them open. Inside, there were many wrinkled 10,000 yen bills bound into a bundle with a rubber band. He opened the other one to make sure it had cash in it and threw it to the woman.
Count 'em.
Hey, don't order me around. This is originally my money, you know.
Shut up. Just count 'em.
The man yelled at the woman. She licked her thumb, looking annoyed, and started counting the cash expertly. The 2 newcomers hung their heads while she counted. Lighting a cigarette, the man waited for her to finish counting. Good. It's all here. The woman said that after flicking through the last bill. The newcomers looked relieved. The man, however, didn't look satisfied as he stared at the bundle of the bills the woman was holding.
Ritsuko, how much is there?
What? I told you, it's all here.
I'm asking you, how much is that?
I told you, all the money I lent them.
No, idiot. I'm asking you if they paid their interest.
The man and Ritsuko yelled at each other. Even though they were making all that noise, the other customers acted like they didn't hear anything.
Hey boys, there's only 2 mil in here. What's going on?
The 2 of them were trying to find some excuses to make. It seemed like this behavior had touched the man's nerves as he started looking furious.
The fuck is this? I asked you what's going on. You better start talking.
His angry voice echoed through the shop. He hit the table hard and dropped a glass on the floor. The noise thickened the tension in the atmosphere.
We're very sorry.
Being sorry doesn't give her the interest, does it?
I don't mind calling the police to solve our problem, you know. Please don't.
The 2 newcomers must have been in an extremely vulnerable position. They bowed so deeply that their foreheads almost touched the table.
I called y'all here because I thought you wouldn't want me to involve the police. But then you act like you don't fucking care.
We're sorry. We're very sorry.
While you could pity them, the newcomers looked as vulgar as the man threatening them, making it hard to decide whether you should feel sorry for them or not. After a while, Ritsuko opened her mouth as if to offer them help.
Techan, don't be so mean to them. I'm sorry. My guy gets mad easily when money is involved.
You don't have to add the money part. I'm getting ticked because they're bitching at you.
Geez, saying those stupid things won't get you anything.
The man pulled Ritsuko roughly into his arms and frantically kissed her lips without caring about the other customers. Their kiss wasn't like the lovely ones that normal couples would share. It looked obscene instead. He let her lips go to take a breath, kissed them again, and repeated that for a while. After a while, he finally got bored of kissing and let her go.
He gets really mad when it comes to me, too. He's impossible.
So what? This woman's like a part of my body. Putting dirt on her means putting dirt on me. Whoever tries to do that's in for a bloodbath.
Do you remember the guy with the comb over? I forgot what you did to that guy after you took him outside.
I remember him. He challenged me, wanted to take it outside. He said he did karate, so I got a little excited to see what he had, and I punched him in the stomach. Then he just kneeled down on the ground. I was disappointed, so I took off his pants and underwear and made him clean the public toilets with them. See, I'm helping society. I deserved an award for that one.
I can't believe you made him do that.
You're so gross sometimes. They started laughing loudly like they were doing earlier. Their laughter obviously intimidated their companions. Listen, you two. Techan's actually in a very good mood today. Usually he'd start yelling, "This isn't enough money," and you'd be thrown into the Oji River naked by now.
We truly apologize for the inconvenience.
Well, you forgot about the interest, but you did put together all the rest of the money in time. I'm impressed. So, I'll be nice and take that into consideration, you know?
Anyway, his interest rate's a little high, but it's only 5 if you pay it today. If you wait even a day longer, it'll be doubled. And if it's doubled, I don't think you'll be able to pay it no matter what you do. So, I'm gonna make you a deal. Techan, would you give us a minute?
Sure, I guess it's okay.
The man left the table with a grin and headed for the bathroom. He was far too amenable to that request, as if they'd planned for him to leave the table at that moment. Ritsuko made sure he was in the bathroom, then took some papers out of her bag and spread them on the table. You're young. You don't want to ruin your life because of an outlaw like him, do you? So I recommend you pay all of the interest today. If you do, you can cut your ties with him.
We understand that, but we can't give 500,000 yen just like that.
I understand. I bet you tried really hard to collect that 2 million yen. I understand there's no one who would help you out with another 500,000. They must have done their very best to collect even the money they brought today. So, it must be impossible for them to collect even a dime from anybody now. They hung their heads and told her that. However, take a look. I made this for you. The guys looked at the paper on the table and muttered under their breaths. You don't need collateral or a joint guarantor for this, so the interest rate's a bit high. But with this, you can take out a loan of 500,000 yen right away. Even this interest rate's a lot better than Techan's. What do you think? It would be easy for anyone to guess what Ritsuko was trying to force them to do. If you show him this with your signature on it, I'm sure he'll let you off. It's your choice, though. If you need a pen, you can use mine. Here. They read the small print on the documents and were stunned by the outrageous interest rate. Ritsuko didn't force them to do anything. She just looked out the window and smoked her cigarette. After a while, the man returned from the bathroom.
Hey, did you come to an agreement?
They looked at him, steeled themselves, and took the pen. They're going to borrow money to pay your interest. It's only 500,000 yen, so they can pay their debt soon if they work really hard.
That's great. I'm impressed. Men get tougher when they have something burdening them.
They must have planned this from the very beginning. The man and Ritsuko got what they wanted and grinned at each other. There were many things to fill out on the documents, and it was taking them a long time. The man and Ritsuko, already knowing that, started talking amongst themselves.
Ritsuko, how's your husband and Hinamizawa doing?
What? He's not my husband.
What's going on with him? Heard he has a lot of money. How much do you think you can squeeze out of him?
Well, you'll be so surprised. I heard his ex-wife gave him a settlement when they divorced, right? But I just found out that she gave him a lot.
How much is a lot?
He has about 50 million yen in the bank. He's a big spender.
Wow! That's real big. So how much do you think you can squeeze out of him?
He has a big crush on me. He buys me anything I want. Anything. He's not cheap like you. I might get serious about him.
I don't think so. Your body won't be satisfied with anybody but me.
Stop it, not here.
So, what's the plan?
I'm thinking about telling him I need some money to get rid of my ex-boyfriend.
How much are you gonna ask him for?
You're a scary woman. Let me know if you need an actor for your play. I'll be your scary ex-boyfriend.
Excuse me. We finished.
Great! Then let's bring it on over to the loan company. Ritsuko, take care of the check, would you?
The man pat them on their shoulders and then walked to the door. Another person was just about to enter, and they nearly ran into each other. The man probably wouldn't make way for the person, considering his personality. But when he noticed who that person was, he stepped aside. The person looked as vulgar as all the other men. He was wearing a black suit with sunglasses on. He wasn't that big, but his stern look was very intimidating. It was very clear at a glance that he was a gangster, and a professional one at that.
The man who was behaving badly earlier looked a little nervous in front of him. As Ritsuko finished paying the check, she noticed the man in the suit.
Oh, General Manager? Good morning, sir.
The man in the suit said nothing. He just raised his chin as if saying, "Fuck off." Ritsuko and the others bowed to him and left the shop in a hurry. The proprietor noticed the man in the suit, also greeting him with a bow. Who could he have been? He appeared sedate compared to the other men, but he must be dangerous because he made even them step aside. Everybody in the shop thought the same thing and tried not to look at him. The man in the suit looked around and found the menu on the wall. The proprietor walked up to him hesitantly.
Hey, waiter. Yes? Is, anything bothering you, sir? Do you have this seasonal dessert? Sweet something or other today? Huh? Oh. No, actually, we aren't running that today, but, well, if you insisted, then we could make it specially for you. If you're not selling it, you're not selling it. I'll come back some other day.
Hey, Kasai! He said he'd make it for you. Take his offer. We came all the way here.
The girl seemed to be the only one who couldn't read the heavy atmosphere in the shop, and she came in laughing cheerfully. It was Mion Senozaki's twin sister, Shion. Shion pushed Kasai into the store while he hesitated. She looked at a girl who was sitting down and stopped in her tracks.
Oh, it's you. Hello. Rena-san. How are you doing? Oh, Shi-chan?
I'm surprised to see you here. Are you here by yourself? You waiting for someone? Is it my sis? Or maybe could it be Kei-chan?
Shi-chan, who is this?
Are you talking about Kasai here? He's like my bodyguard. He'll protect me when my life is in danger, won't you?
I'll give my life for your sake, if that's what you want me to do.
Wow. Kasai, if you were 20 years younger, I might have fallen for you. He looks scary, but he's a very funny guy. This is Rena Ryugu-san. She's Sis's friend.
My name's Kasai. Nice to meet you.
Kasai-san, do you know the people who just walked past you?
Kasai nodded, indicating that he was familiar with them.
Who are they? I've never seen them before.
The man's Teppei Hojo, a skunk of a human being.
Shion seemed to know who he was once she heard the name Hojo.
And the woman?
Rina Mamiya. I believe that's her business name. Her real name is Ritsuko Mamiya, I think. She's a hostess at Flower Road.
Kasai-san, do you know what he is to her? They looked like a couple to me.
Hojo is Rina's pimp. They're very, very bad people, so you should never get involved with them.
How bad are they?
Rena pressed him for the answer, and Kasai seemed to back down a little from that pressure.
It's more courteous to stay out of a woman's private affairs.
How bad are they?
Please don't ask.
How bad are they? Rena kept asking the same question until she got an answer. Shion sensed how desperate Rena was, and was cut into the conversation.
Kasai, why don't you just tell her? I don't think she's asking out of curiosity. Am I right, Rena-san?
There was tension developing between Rena and Kasai. Shion seemed to be the only one who couldn't read the mood. Kasai finally opened his mouth.
They're both skunks, really. I've heard that they make a living by gambling and blackmailing people. I've also heard that they set up badger games.
What's a badger game? Well, a badger game is like a marriage fraud? The woman finds a catch, a man who has money, and begins a relationship with him. Then her boyfriend shows up and catches them in the act, blames the guy for stealing his girlfriend, then blackmails him for money.
First, the woman makes him buy expensive stuff for her, and then she and her boyfriend take all of his money. There's a rumor that she's got herself a big catch recently.
Wow. Whoever that is, I'm so sorry for him. Well, the guy had some fun with her too. I guess he gets what he deserves.
That's a little harsh, Shion-san. A man sometimes falls for a woman very easily.
Oh, really? I wonder whom you fell for. Waiter, bring the dessert to us, please. Wait, where did she go?
She just took her leave.
Rena was already gone. The door, which had just closed, looked as if it was the only thing that knew where she went.
When I got home, the door was locked. I used my key to get in, and I found a note in the living room. Something's come up, so I have to go. I'm going to eat out tonight, is what the note said. This wasn't the first time he'd done something like this. Each time, he only told me he had to go to Okinomiya for something. But I knew the real reason, because I heard him talking on the phone once. Rina-san must have had some free time between jobs, and asked him out to have dinner together. I heaved a sigh, looked at the new living room I hated, and went to my room. I thought back over what I just heard at the coffee house. I tried to rationalize the meaning of her actions there. Maybe she had to pretend to be a bad person because she was being threatened by the man. But even after the man she called Tet-chan left the table, she continued to threaten the guys and pushed them into signing the loan contract immediately. If she was threatened to play along with the man, she wouldn't have done that. If she was pretending to be a bad person, she could have shown a little bit of mercy or sympathy when he left her alone with them. It's like holding water in a bowl you made with your hands. No matter how sturdy you made the bowl, water would leak from your fingers. Mercy and sympathy leak out from you. But nothing, not even a drop of water, leaked from Rina-san. Her hands weren't even moist. They were all dried up. There was no water that could leak through those hands. Rina-san was threatening those guys as much as the man was. Neither was leading the other along. They were doing it together. That was it. Rina-san is a bad person. My brain cells accepted the idea with applause. After all, I always hated Rina-san. I just couldn't accept the feeling because my father liked her. But at that moment, I could finally accept it. She's a bad person, just like my mother. She's an existence that will ruin everything and destroy my father's happiness just by being with him. But I wonder if my father would understand that Rina-san is a bad person if I told him so. My father likes her so much that he would jump over a cliff if she asked him to. He thinks everything she does or says is great, and he interprets everything about her in a positive way. He protects her and praises her without her asking him to. I'm not a kid anymore. I understand how a woman can tame a man. It's different from love. Love is about trying to build a relationship. Taming is just a way of satisfying the lust to dominate. She's just trying to make him into her slave. Women can deceive men, even my father. They can use dirty methods to ensnare men like they're following a manual. It's the weak point all men are born with. Even with a strong will, they can't resist it. That's why we hate those women who exploit that weak point to deceive men. That's why I couldn't bring myself to like Rina-san. For the sake of argument, let's assume I acknowledged an unreciprocated love like that. But that would only be as long as it was love. If it wasn't love, if it was just a method to threaten and squeeze money out of him, I would never forgive her. I remember their conversation at the coffee house. Rina-san said that my father is a big spender. In fact, I think he spends more money without hesitation than before he met Rina-san. I was happy that he started to regain an interest in going out into the world again, but now I don't know whether I should be happy or not. He controls the money of the Ryugu family overall, but since I do the grocery shopping, he often gives me his bank book so that I can withdraw money. Because of that, I know where he keeps his bank book, his personal seal, and other important stuff. They're in one of his drawers, which he usually locks. I know where he hides the key, and I know the combination of the cash box inside the drawer. He might be coming back soon, so I felt a little nervous. But I had to make sure. I opened the cash box, which had some bank books, personal seals, stamps, and unused postcards. I removed everything from the cash box to get at the bank books. Then I found something new. On the bottom of the box, there was a bundle of new 10,000 yen bills. Its thickness wasn't something I could ignore. There was also a paper wrapper that looked like it had been bundling the bills. The wrapper had a stamp that said it was a bundle of 1,000,000 yen. He usually kept some cash at home because it was troublesome to go to the bank every time he needed money. But it was usually around 100,000 to 200,000 yen at most. He's never kept such a big amount of money at home before, because he knows it's unsafe. The extraordinary amount of 10,000 yen bills was abnormally intimidating. I tried to open the bank book, but my fingers got numb all of a sudden. A part of me was trying to deny the things I heard at the coffee house. It wasn't because I wanted to defend my father, or even Rina-san. It was because I didn't want to believe my father was the husband in Hinamizawa the blackmailers were talking about. I opened the bank book. The last time I saw it was about 2 or 3 months ago. It shows countless withdrawals since that day. I probably wouldn't normally understand what those numbers meant, but I felt in that moment as if the 10 different digits were speaking to me. They were a series of cruel digits. It starts with some understandable expenses that I assume represent dinners or something, but then the amount of money starts to become nice, round numbers, like a 5 or a 10.
I can tell by looking at the dates he withdrew money that he wanted to have a certain amount of cash on hand when he went out with Rina-san. Among those expenses, a big number appeared all of a sudden. It was too much money to spend on a date. Hundreds of thousands of yen. I looked at the date of the withdrawal, and I traced it back in my memory. I remembered. Around that time, Rina-san was talking about moving into a new apartment. I know the market rate of rental apartments in Okinomiya. You need to put down 2 safety deposits and 2 payments of key money in order to rent an apartment. That amount of withdrawal sounded reasonable now. He paid the whole down payment for her new apartment. After that, big numbers appeared one after another. I could tell they were for congratulatory gifts for her new apartment or something. The numbers got bigger and bigger. It looked like at first he was withdrawing only the amount of money needed, but then he started withdrawing big amounts all at once because he knew he was going to use it someday anyway. The change meant only one thing. He lost his sense of value of money. The balance kept going down, and I started feeling anxious about what's going to happen if he continued spending money like that. But then I saw a deposit of a big amount of money into the account. Where did that money come from? There was only one thing I could think of. I opened the other bank book. It was easy, like a puzzle for kids. It was like playing with an easy jigsaw puzzle that comes with huge pieces that you don't even have to put together to see what the whole picture looks like. My father was using money from his time deposits. In other words, the settlement my mother paid my father when she divorced him. To him, it's cursed money. I'd understand if he wanted to use it to get a new love, but that was just an excuse to use the money from his time deposits. Money is money. Even though it's his divorce alimony, it's still important money for our future. Even though it's cursed money to him, that doesn't mean he can waste it. Big expenses start appearing one after another. There are many expenses, upwards of 6 digits. For some reason, I could immediately tell they were for buying electrical appliances and furniture. He must have been buying everything she asked him to. If from the beginning, Rina-san was only seeing to check if he could end up being a big catch, she must have been trying to find out how much money she could squeeze out of him. And my father bought her anything she wanted, no matter how expensive it was. So she probably thinks of him as the perfect catch now. The numbers in the bank book told me so. The simple numbers and dates on the bank books had started talking to me. Around the time he started withdrawing big amounts of money, Rina-san started coming to the house more often, and she also started spending the night. To Rina-san, my father was at first just a guy who spends big money. But around that time, she landed her big catch. My father used to refer to her as my friend in Okinomiya at first, but he started referring to her as Rina-san around that time. This is partially his fault.
Hold on just a second.
Did it change the picture? Okay, no, never mind. Anyway, sorry. But he was betrayed by his beloved wife, and he was feeling hurt and down for a long time. It's also partially my fault. That's why I didn't want to blame him. And he's not that good looking either. There's no way he's immune to women. He must not have been able to resist an attractive lady who aggressively approached him when he was feeling down. He's crazy about Rina-san, and he can see nothing other than her. I can't blame him, because Rina-san trained him to be that way. I put the bank books and the other things back into the cash box. This cash box is just like my father's heart. Rina-san is eating up the contents. What should I do? Think, Rena Ryugu. Should I tell him about Rina-san's scheme? No, that probably wouldn't do anything. The whole point of taming an animal is that it won't run away from its owner even when the door is wide open. My father probably won't leave his cage even if I open the door. Should I confront Rina-san about her plot when he's with her? The results would be the same. Rina-san would run behind his back. He'd probably try to protect her. If she pressed her breasts against his back, he'd protect her no matter what. I couldn't make this a problem between me and him. First of all, I was trying to get rid of Rina-san for his sake. If we got mad at each other, it would give the advantage to Rina-san. It would be like I was putting myself into her trap. Then that meant I couldn't make him do anything. If I couldn't make him break up with Rina-san, I'd have to talk to Rina-san directly. So instead of making my father fight, I'd have to fight in his place. But how? That guy, Kasai-san, who was with Shi-chan today, seemed to know the man Rina-san was with. I wonder if I can somehow meet him again. He looked scary, but I was introduced to him as a friend of Mi-chan. Mi-chan has a lot of power around here. There's no way he would treat me badly. I wondered if he could tell Rina-san and the man to back off from my father. That helped me a lot. But I didn't know how I could meet him again. I could ask Mi-chan for her help, but I don't want her to know about my situation. This is a problem of the Ryugu family. This is nobody's business but mine. Yeah, this is a battle that I'd have to fight alone. I regretted my parents' divorce. I wept around the tragedy I could have prevented if I had tried. I wasn't going to weep this time. I wasn't going to let the chance slip away. This time, I would fight for my happiness. Property estimate.
Dear Ritsuko Mamiya-sama, Executive Housing Corporation. Attached estimate. We thank you for your past visits and inquiries to our office. We've included the estimate for the property you inquired about. Basic information. Property name, Palace of Versailles, room 707. Property code, 14M1421. Property type, modern condominium. Layout, 2LDK. Address, Shishibone City, Koiwacho, 2 Chome. Transportation, XXX line, Gogura Station, 5 minutes on foot. Cost, 49,800,000 yen. Maintenance fee, 20,000 yen. Other, southeast corner room, elevator floor. Condominium fitness club membership included. Thank you for your interest in this property. The area around Gogura Station is a prime real estate zone for luxury condominiums. Along with for future planned developments, the real estate values in around the Gogura Station are expected to rise, and this property is not an exception. As a result, many prospective buyers are interested in this property. Hence, we'd like for you to understand that the selection process for this property will be done via lottery. Also, we also offer celebrity member preferential treatment, granting highly improved chances through additional lottery entries. Please feel free to inquire with our agents for more details. Executive Housing Corporation. Celebrity Account Manager, Kawabata.
And that, my friends, is where we are going to be stopping for tonight. But stick around for theories and art coming up in just a moment. Oh yeah, I forgot to replace our thinker. Let me do that real quick. I think this will probably be an appropriate one for right now. Please be bigger than that. That's very small. Okay, that works. Anywho, our Rebecca game with the $2. Damn, it's Peem. Thank you, Marcy. You're very welcome. But yeah, I will pull up art. You guys get to talking about theory stuff, and we'll get to that in just a moment. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay, that got that. These. And this. This. That. And check the Discord real quick. God. Oh my god, this GIF that you posted, Atropos. Oh. Yeah, we got some good stuff tonight. All right. I'll put that over here. Alrighty, so let's look at what you guys have to say. Gona. In real life, when abused children died, their abusers are the main suspects. I think Teppei is the most likely culprit for Satoshi's disappearing. The cops would have contacted Teppei when they took Satoshi for questioning, and they could have told Teppei about their suspicions, or Teppei figured out that Satoshi killed his aunt, and I think it is likely that he would confront Satoshi and either kill him for revenge or accidentally kill him when punishing him. Teppei would hide Satoshi's body, probably in the swamp, and that's why Teppei left Hinamizawa. Plus, I think the symbolism of Keiichi throwing Satoshi's bat in the same swamp his body was dumped in is pretty cool, so I want to believe that. Oh, OMG, I just like Takano. I mean, you know, that's a fair enough speculation, I suppose, though. I get kind of the logic you're coming from with, like, the police stuff, at least. So, thinking on your feet. I theorize that Rena is cool and awesome. That's all true. Cybernetic Silver. I don't have many theories yet because it's the beginning of the arc. I do have some hope for future clues, though. I'm very curious about how the gas leak ties into all of this. Evie, I was going to try to do some art, but Rena's situation kind of exhausted me. Very, very fair. It's a lot. It is a lot. Gona, it's so weird that we're getting Keiichi and Rena duo POV plus potential Rika's POV in the tips. What does it mean? Is something going to happen to Keiichi and Rika too? Who knows? Can't say. Oh, finally uploaded art? What? What did you do? Must I go back and look again? So, no, wrong window. Hold on. Okay, yes. Let me grab that then real quick. Grab that. And that. There we go. Okie dokie. Seditious. Very important theory that Mion had Shion do the punishment and Angel Mort for her, because since we only see her after the scene is over, also for her dad canon, Rika is a better husband than Keiichi's old dad. Oh my god. That would be very mean of Mion to do, but spiritual just desserts, I suppose, for last time. Although, we have already seen that in the little bit that Shion has interacted with Satoko in this arc, she is nice to Satoko. So, once again, we're in the clear. She's doing all right, baby. theory, a competent therapist in Hinamizawa would go crazy. True! Cybernetic Silver. Okay, fun thing I noticed is that sometimes the VN answers questions in the most banal way possible. How did Rena know all that stuff about Keiichi? Well, she's friends with his mom. Yeah, exactly. I was thinking about pointing it out at the time, but I figured, you know, you guys would probably be able to pick up on that well enough just by, like, the way it was being said. You get, like, several things kind of like that. Yeah, as people pointed out earlier, obviously, like, this sort of contextualizes why Rena is so sensitive to people lying to her, and why she takes it, like, really, really seriously. Yeah, it's pretty neat. I don't like Rena's train of thought. It's giving Keiichi Chapter 3. I'm scared. Stormy Nobody, running around listening to Theory Time while trying to figure out where my cat dragged the chicken bones he stole. No! I hope you find them! He should not have those. Just person. Rena is friends with Keiichi's mom. Rena is friends with everyone's mom. She's friends with your mom. Yeah, it's like, you know, the Sans dialogue was just like, yeah, I befriended your mom last night. I'll wait for yours for a little bit, Grifter, just so I don't have to cut you off every couple of lines. Dr. Henwig, I love that not everything in Higurashi has a dramatic explanation, TBH. It adds to the believability. No, yeah, I agree. Like, it does definitely make things feel a little bit more, like, grounded in that way. Like, obviously, you gotta have your cool reveals, but, like, not everything can be a cool reveal. It's just, like, sometimes it's just, like, it's just a normal thing. Sometimes the dumbest things will have actually tragic explanations, though, and that's also great. Yeah, Oh, God. I mean, you know, we got, the explanation behind Rena's speech patterns and the way she approaches her day-to-day life, too. The reason why she thinks so many strange things are cute is because she thinks that, you know, if she sees everything as cute, then she'll feel happier. Which, God. Rena just loves most women, specifically not the ones her dad likes, though. Yeah, they have different taste. I've gone back through Onikakshi and noticed some nice character moments. Now I'm going to have to go back and notice more painful things. Yeah. Yep. I think you've probably already gathered that this answer arc is somewhat different than the previous one. You know, Meakashi, while it did still have its differences from Watanagashi, was like, after a certain point, it's sort of like kind of lined up one-to-one. Tsumi Horoboshi is not quite like that, but it has its echoes, and I think you probably already have started to notice what some of those are. But that's all that I'll say about that for now. Cybernetic Silver. Wait, there's a very small detail that made my eyes go wide. Why is there electric power in the dam? What is the government trying to do? Is Irie actually making War Crimes Part 2? Who can say? Onikakshi is funny, but also super tragic in retrospect. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yep. Feeling it with Tatari Goroshi. Yeah, Tatari Goroshi is another very relevant one here, honestly. The sequel to War Crimes. Yeah, you know, War Crimes 2. This time, more crimes. Konya. I mean, yeah, also true. Theory Satoko is epic and based. That's not a theory. That's just true. That is literally just a fact. You're just stating facts. Okay. I'm gonna scroll up a little bit and start reading Grifter's thing. I'm currently very curious about which timeline we are in. Is this a completely new scenario, or is this a previous one? Because it's all I know. I want to say it's the same scenario as Arc 1/3. Where is your next message? Okay, but I have no real reason to believe this is something I've seen before. I guess this reads as related to Arc 3 because Tepe is back, that piece of shit, but Reno is the focus of the first arc. I guess, yeah, this is kind of what I was getting at a moment ago. Storks are great. Yeah. Keiichi and Microwave go burr. I hope not. Someone mentioned earlier, but the adultification of Rena is crazy. Feeling responsible for her dad's happiness, stop herself from relying on him and not seeking comfort. Let her be a kid. Yeah, it's really sad. It sucks. Theory Satoko said the Sans line because she knows Sans and learned it from them. Yeah. Okay, Grifters. So it's also believable that this is going there, but I can tell this is going to go crazy. What if the swamp gas comes back? What if we see the swamp creature? What if Rena is the swamp creature? I don't think Rena is important enough to be the swamp creature. I don't think that Rena has the sauce. I don't think that she has the gas to become the swamp creature. I don't think she has that momentum. I don't think she has those legs. You know what I mean? I think she's a mid woman in a world too big for her. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something and then I completely distracted myself. Oh, that's right. I was gonna say I hope tonight's stream does not go the way like that last week's Ace Attorney stream did, where like for some fucking reason, like for no discernible reason that I can tell, the quality selector on the actual stream itself, like it had 1080p at 60 FPS available during the stream, and then after the stream ended, it just like it's only available in up to 720p. I have no fucking like idea why that is. So I hope it doesn't do it to this stream, because that would be dumb. That would be stupid, and I would hate it. YouTube, please don't do that, or I'll die. Heard that it was because of processing. I mean, like it processed though, so I don't like. It's like it processed and then it like just was like, no, never mind. I didn't do that actually, and then it just never corrected itself for some reason, which is very strange, like very bizarre. I don't get it. Because I know that it was there, like, for a bit. Like, even after the stream ended, it was there for a bit. And then it just disappeared. So, okay. Oh no, Start Me Nobody. I hope you do find it. Takuno is enough of a winner to be the swamp creature. She's got style, the sauce. How else could this all happen? You know, fair enough. You know, she's stylish. You know, I disagree with her views, but but at least, you know, she has passion behind scaring teenagers. You know, she's the best at what she does, and I can't say that about Rena. Rena's hideout is a car, air conditioning theory confirmed. Oh my god. Oh, jeez. Trying to think if there's anything else I should say here. Actually, I'm very curious, though, to remember... Hold on. Because this is one of the longest arcs in the novel. I want to remember how many episodes of the anime this is. Because, just so you guys know, this arc is going to last 5 streams instead of 4. That's how long it is. It's another Umineko episode 4 situation where it's like, yep, that one's gotta be longer. In the anime, yep, it's 5 anime episodes. It's just 5. My fucking god. Imagine if every stream that I was doing for this arc was 22 minutes instead of 5 hours. It's like, what the fuck? Yeah. The anime's first episode of Sumi Horoboshi goes from the very beginning of all of this to like Rena going to the cafe and seeing Rina and Tepe. Like that's where that, like, and like talking to Shion and Kasai, like all of that happens in one fucking 22-minute episode. Can you fucking imagine? Nuts. Crazy. I have I game with the $2. Don't forget, this is a question arc. I was about to say no, but no, yeah, it's because it's included in the first season of the anime. So it's just lumped in with all of the other question arcs for some reason. Which is dumb. Did they at least remove Angel Mort? You know the answer to that is no. No, they did not. No, it's not before Arc 5. Arc 5 is also still in the same place in the anime. It's just that the anime's first season goes from the first arc to this arc and doesn't have any kind of delineation between them. Like, it doesn't say this is an answer arc. It just says they're all part of the same season. So they're kind of just shoved under the same banner. Which is, yeah, really dumb. Yeah, no, they adapt literally, like, yes, they adapt arcs 1 to 6, this arc, like from all the way back in Onikakushi to the end of this arc that we just got to now. That's all in 24 anime episodes. Do you see now the enormity of the fuck up? Like, why that is so bad? Yeah. I like how the at the end of these streams, there's just like, in addition to the theorizing, there's just basically become like a corner to complain about the anime. I don't mean to do it on purpose. It just keeps happening. Jeez. Anywho, I think we're just gonna go ahead and get to art now. Apologies if I'm cutting it off a little bit early here, but I got some stuff I gotta get to, so let's turn that off. Let's get the fan art tab up and turn it on. Yay. All right, so first we have this on Blue Sky from Don Pompon. Me when Rena Ryugu. What the fuck is going on in Hinamizawa? Oh my god, Rena, hi! True. And then also this. Accept Rena as your lord and savior. Yes! Very cute at it. Next up, also on Blue Sky, we have this from Chiyoko at Chiyoko Arts, as usual. For tonight's stream, I drew a smiling Rena. She's a very sensitive girl who would always put others' happiness before her own. Very good, Chiyoko, but ow, my heart. Very well done. Very nice posing on this one too. The like sort of like half profile kind of turn thing. Very well done. It's kind of a tricky sort of pose to get correct. So props for that. Over on Tumblr, we have many pictures in this post from Schrodinger's Catgirl. That's Schrodinger's dash Catgirl. It's a Rena world, and we're all living in it. Rena art dump, all of which I drew in class today because Rena Focus Arc stream soon. Thank you, Marcy, for introducing this wonderful girl to me. Would you let her dig through your trash? Yes, absolutely. Hampter. Autism. Yeah, me too. Tiny Rena. Oh, this is adorable. I really like your art style a lot. The Kami Rena. Oh my god, she's bisexual. I didn't know that. No, I knew that. I knew that. Very cute. Yuri, wow. Fudanshi would absolutely be a Himejoshi. And, Creature. Wow. So cool. So awesome. Very good stuff. Thank you. So cute. Yeah, exactly. Next up, we have this from The Stormy Nobody. Good to see this one finished. I feel very normal after the end of Mayakashi. Next time, I won't make the same mistake. I promise. Well, she wasn't lying. But, like, yeah. This is very good. The finished piece came out really good. Yeah, I really like how, like, you put this together. This is a very, like, cool piece. Very good job. Next, we have this from Dingo's Trash. Tsumi Horoboshi hype. I might not have drawn anything meaningful this week, but I hope that's okay. I'm having a bit of a health scare. I hope the Tiny Rika will make up for it. Rena is definitely very dear to me, and I look forward to seeing everyone's fresh theories as this story unfolds. NezumiVA's voice acting continues to be absolutely top-notch. She definitely deserves all the praise in the world for her efforts. Aw, thank you. I hope everything goes well with your health. I'm sorry to hear that you're having a bit of a health scare. I hope everything is going okay with you. And, you know, if you're feeling shitty, then, you know, all of us here in the chat, please say get well soon, Dingo's Trash. We all love your art and love every time you submit something cool, and we hope you get to feeling good soon. Thank you for this. Banger as always. Very cute Rena and Rika. Next up, we have this from Pining Tree, A-Pining-Tree. Hearing maggots as a trigger warning feels surreal as someone with emotional support maggots, metaphorical. Anyway, I have Rena some some literal ones. Yeah. You got it, girl. I can only wish the best for Rena. Very good. Next up, we have this from the Grand Arcana, which is, again, I feel like I recognize this icon from somewhere. Rena posting, because my handwriting isn't great. The text says, "Wow, this is so fun. I hope nobody dies tomorrow." And pick 2, divorce leads children to the worst places. Hinami Sawa. I was so excited we get to see her perspective. I think that it was only natural that somebody should recreate this meme with Rena, to be completely honest. So when you mentioned it, I was thinking that this was going to happen at some point. But very good. I like your art style, honestly. It's very nice. And you did a very good job with this. Now moving on to Discord, we have this doodle from Gloomy. Marcy really summed up my feelings about this man during stream, so I take a drunk doodle. No, I don't care that Irie's fit is inaccurate. You! I'm just thinking of the fucking, who knocked over my onions? You! Like somebody pinning Irie to the floor by the neck. Jeez. Very, very good. Principal Electric, kill this man. Next we have this from, shit, I have to disable streamer mode so I can see your name. So Cypher, Omochikairi wanted to do something cute for her this time, so a quick sketch. A quick sketch! I hate it when you say things like that. I hate it when people say things like that. Quick sketch. This is so good. What do you mean a quick sketch? Punching you at, no, just kidding. This is really good. This is really, really adorable. I love the colors especially a lot. You did a really good job with this. This is just like the pose, the colors, the expression. It's all very adorable. It only took 30 minutes. That is for me. Okay, well, keep it to yourself. No, again, I'm just kidding. But no, seriously, this is really fucking good, especially for 30 minutes. Like that's I am very impressed. Yeah, absolutely fantastic work from Decipher. Here's our gift from Atropos. I need this uploaded to tenor gifts so I can grab this on any gift platform ever whenever I need. Just tagged with Irie so I can look it up and immediately have it. Please. Can we do that? Very, very good. Also, speaking of Rena, we have this from Gloomy Squids. Rena sprite redraw, yippee! I relate to Rena in a strange way. Thanks, Dean Anime, for not making me realize that until I read the VN. Yeah, many such cases. But this is really cute. This is very well done. You recreated the pose very well. And your coloring in this is also really, really good. Yeah. Very, very nice work. And last but not least, we have this from Dav at Space Caribou. Once again traveling, so resorting to something in my sketchbook yet again. I know the CG has her curtsy, but I love a good theatrical bow. This is really fucking good, Dav. This is really fucking good. I've been thinking about it more and more recently, the more you've sent in art. Oh, Pining Tree? I must have missed it. Sorry, I'll look in a second. But yeah, I've been thinking this more and more recently, but cause some of my friends have been watching through the Umineko streams, and I've been popping in as they've been watching them sometimes. And I remember seeing your first digital art that you ever submitted for one of those streams, and just over time, the improvement that you've had is just really, really cool. Yeah, exactly what Atropos said. It's just really neat to see your stuff getting better. Both the posing in this is really fantastic, and also just the composition in general, the actual way that like the background elements are like laid out, and like the symmetry of this, like it's so well like composed. Like it's done in such a like, yeah, like I don't know how to describe it. Like, you know what I mean. Like it's just laid out in a very pleasing way. You did like a really good job with this. Okay, let me look for Pining Tree's thing real quick. Oh, okay, there it is. Sorry, didn't mean to miss it. Meep, disappointed Meep. Yeah, true. And yeah, I think that should be. Oh wait, hold on. Let me open this up too. Knocked over my onions. You with Brexta. Oh jeez. All right. So that should be everything. Let's scroll through everything again real quick. Very, very good. All right. I think that should be everything. So thank you all so much for watching, as usual. We will be having... Did I save? Yes. We will be having uninterrupted Higurashi streams for the next 4 weeks after this. Sumi Horoboshi train continues. So look forward to more Peak, because it's gonna keep going crazy, and I'm gonna enjoy every step of the way. Thank you, Kitty, for the gifted 5 memberships as well. Yay! Good note to end the stream off on. I'll let those play real quick before we get scooting out of here. But yeah, no, I'm really excited. Like, obviously we had to kind of shoulder through the more cringe scenes early on in the arc. Or well, it's really just that one scene. But from here on out, it is just it's just straight up Kino the entire rest of the way through. So get excited, because I sure am. All right, I'll see you guys on Tuesday for the finale of the Ace Attorney Dual Destinies DLC, and then I'll see you again on Friday for more of this. Bye!